Yes. So since this table already had data, so that was the issue. So we removed the table data and add timestamps to users has been migrated. If you look at the table columns now, you would have city created and updated also. Okay, so like this I can use the methods available. So other methods of importance, what are the other methods of importance? I want to change a column. So I want to change a particular column from string to integer. I have to use change column. I want to change the default value of a particular column. Change column defaults. Like this, all these methods, any of these methods, I want to drop a table, can be used in order to remove timestamps. In migrations, all these methods can be used in order to fulfill your requirement. Okay. Now, what is the migration status? Rails DB migrate status. If you can see each and everything, you can find up migrations. It means
Of this in database.
yes, everything is in database. So if you can see here, this data is maintained in a table called schema migrations. If you see the data in there, this is the same timestamps what you see here. First one, second one, the recent one being the last. Okay. So here the data is maintained about what migrations are, up to which migrations we have executed and what are the existing migrations. Okay. Right. Now I want to, for some reason, I want to change this first F name to first name and L name to last name. Okay. So I have to create a new migration, right? I want to alter this. So Rails G migration alter F name of users. I can write this migration, but I can't write this columns, right?
I have a question.
Yes.
Why you didn't do rollback and change the name, then do migration again? Why did you create a new migration?
See, this is just an example. If you're working in a real application, lot of migrations might have come up in the middle, right?
Yes.
So in the middle, lot of migrations have come up.
So we need to create a
I
new
can't
migration.
roll back 50 migrations or 30 migrations and then make a change. So because already data will be there.
What if I give it the version number? It will work or it will affect the other migrations?
That is what I'm saying. You can't do that, right? Since just now we have seen, you already have data in production.
Yes.
Okay. If you roll back and try to commit, what will happen to the data existing?
It will be removed.
Yes. So can you do that? No, right?
Okay, I understand.
That is why we need to add new migrations always. Unless you have immediate migration, right? The previous migration is also same user migration. Otherwise, you can't It's always better to write a new migration. That's it. Okay. So I wrote a new migration, alter first name, but nothing is being written here. So I need to add that. What method of here should I add in order to change that?
What again? Yeah.
I have to use this, right? Change column. No? Rename column. So I have to rename the column. So I'll write couple of times users column name is
The first name,
name
last name, and this last name.
you can ignore this. Right?
Okay.
Let me migrate. Okay, first name and last name. Fine. For some reason, I thought like, no, I don't want this change. I better stick to F name and last name. Okay. So I don't want, for some reason, the business has rejected this change. Okay.
Mm.
Or for some reason, you don't want this change at all. Now, what should you do? You have to roll back. So we have to go back. So it means we have to change it. So if you want to change it, let us see this is rollbackable or not. First, in order to go back one migration or any number of migrations, always we have to see the status.
Because before we did anything in DB, we need to see the migration status.
Yeah, status. So this is a carbon migration. Where do you want to go? I want to go to here. So if I want to go to here, I want to specify that person in the command.
Your sound is gone. Hello, Hemant.
Yes.
Yes. Now your sound is good.
Oh, okay. Okay. So Rails G. Oh, sorry, Rails. So I want to go to this version, right? So I'll specify that version. Let us see it will down migrate or not.
Should be up.
What again the question?
So it has reverted, right? Rename column uses last name to L name, first name to F name. So automatically it has reverted. If you see, this method is powerful enough in order to write the down migration. Okay, but there would be certain methods where you can't down migrate automatically, or Rails is not smart enough to down migrate. Okay. Let us take the example of change column string. They have given result transformation to 3 point. So earlier there were problems for us because down migrations are not available by default in Rails for renaming columns, for altering columns, like changing column types, etc. I do think it's not possible for altering columns. Okay, but if there are any kind of migrations in your application where Rails cannot automatically down migrate, in such case you have to write an up and a down, up migration and down migration method. For example, after a few to have default some column default points in the middle of your application development, you thought there is a feature where you want to give a user a number of points. Okay, so points will accumulate as he purchases or he does transactions, some kind of feature. Okay, for that you need a points column. Okay, so as part of promotion, for all the users, existing users, you want to provide 100 points. What do you do in order to do that? Directly go on the database and simply update all query 100.
No, we will add points field, and we will make it the default 100.
Yes, for that we have to write a migration.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm telling. So if you really write a migration, first I need to add a column also, right? Column is points. So let us see what do we have as part of migration. Nothing. So what should I write here? First I have to write add column for users table. What is the column type? Points. And it is an integer. Second one,
Default value.
user dot all update some query. Okay, update all Something like this, right? Now what happens is this add column, the add column has a reversible change in Rails by default, but update this can't be reversed by Rails.
Is there another way to do that?
Pardon?
Another way to do it, not like number 4, line 4.
Line 4.
We can do it through console, right?
We can do it through console, yes.
If we have permission, for example. But
Yeah,
don't
if you
have,
have
we need
permission,
to.
you can do anything on production also. But that's not the better practice, right?
Okay.
Yeah, it should be written as a migration generally, because you know when you have activated this, you will have a track of it. Otherwise, if I have access to production, I can update anything, right? Generally,
Yes.
only few people should have the access, right? The project manager or the team lead, the architect, whoever is working. Only the major people of the team should have those privileges. If you give these privileges to each and everyone, what will happen? They play on the console and delete something or do whatever on the data. That's a huge loss to the company, right? And the product. So it's always a better practice to write this. Okay. So here, this can be reversed automatically by Rails, but this cannot be reversed. Okay, it will throw an error. I can't reverse it. I don't understand what is this. In such cases, I have to write def up and def down. So in the down migration, I don't write this, which is not required, because I'll directly remove the column, right? Or if there is an existing column, for example, if there is an existing column, points, then I have to make it to default 0, right? I have to write this specifically in
It
upfront.
has points column before? No, right?
Yes. That's the scenario I'm talking about.
So if it is had before
Yes.
points column, as you said, we will do a method down that
Yes. That will execute on down migration.
yes, and we will do an up migration that will update to 100.
Yes. So always down migrations might not work. My point is, always you're not sure about how the migrations, up migrations will work, and down migrations might not work. Those scenarios where the down migrations automatically do not work should be written as up and down methods. You can see here, execute is a method. In migrations, I want to write plain SQL. I can use the execute method in order to write the plain SQL. So he's writing plain SQL. Why, what is the necessity of writing plain SQL in Rails? Anyone can think of?
What?
In migrations, I mean. See, suppose you're working with a legacy database, some 30-year-old database. Okay, your Rails application should grab data and create reports. So the table names will not be plural, users, products, nothing kind of. And the primary keys will not be IDs. The foreign keys will not be primary table underscore IDs. So in order to get data or do something on the database, you have to use SQL only, right? No other go. Yes or no? In such case, you use execute methods in migrations. The legacy databases, not latest databases that you create. Okay, just for your info.
Or a complex query, right?
So complex query also, if at all in migration in complex query you want to have, then you can use execute. But generally in migrations, complex queries, I mean, seldom we use for complex queries, I mean, as far as I know, but if your application requires, you can always do that. Okay, any questions so far in migrations?
The last part, I lost the last part.
Which one?
About regarding the column, the ones you explain it now. You lost me totally.
Which one was it? Can you come again, please?
That's one, last one that you was explain it now.
You mean execute?
Not execute. The previous one in RubyMine, you found it.
This one?
Yes, I don't update all users. Don't
So
get it.
imagine there is an column
Mm.
in your database user table called points.
Call
So
post. Okay.
Ashraf is working on a new feature, okay,
Okay.
to update all the points of existing users to 100. Okay, so and these points will increase as they purchase more and more. For every 100 reals purchased, you will get 10 points, some kind of a feature.
Okay.
For that, you need points column, right? You already created a points column. But the business thought, why not we give a promotion? We'll add free 100 points for all the users initially. Okay, for that we need to create a migration and update all the points column, the points value, the column value of the points to 100 for each and every user. So this is the query what we write in up. But if you can see earlier it was changed. So if you have change and try to write that query, it will not work on down migration. It will work only on up migration.
So change.
Yes, then we have to change it to up and write it down. The opposite of this should be written here. So earlier it was 100.
Okay.
The opposite was initially make it into 0.
Okay. So if I wanted to, if I will add it, as you say, 300 points for each user. So it will down for 300.
0. Down is for 0.
Down for 0. What does this mean? It's not clear for me. I have a column now. I have a column in users call points, and each user have 100 points. Okay, as you say, and now the company will add it for each user to be every user have 300 points. So I will use this action or this method, right?
Now this migration is to update all the points, all users points to 100. All users.
All users. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I will update all users. So if I will make it as 300, it will be 300.
Yes, 300, 300, 500, 500. Yes.
Okay. So
But
about down.
Down, see, you wrote this code. It is not into production yet.
Yes.
Okay? And the business has decided, no, we don't want to have this.
Okay, so I will edit the down method to close this query.
Yeah, you have to write a down migration for 0. Actually, you can delete the migration, but for example purposes, you write a down migration, because if you say do a down migration version equal to this, it won't work. It will throw an error.
Yeah, because it is not yet on production.
No, no, because Rails doesn't support it.
Rails doesn't support. Okay.
So we have to write another query, write another method down and write update query to 0 again.
Mm.
Okay.
Okay.
Basically, we have to write up and down. Okay. Another default example. For example, you're removing a column. For this, automatic is there, but imagine there is no, it is not there. You removed a column from this table.
Okay. Okay. And
The opposite of it is
I need to make it down.
yes,
Oh, top
add
zero.
column. Yes. The opposite you have to do. You removed a column, down migration, you have to put the column back again, right?
Okay.
Yeah, that is what I'm trying to explain.
Yeah, but if this migration has been deployed already and this query has been migrated already, so we need to run the Rails DB migration version, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
See here, tag.each all tag destroy if tag patch is empty. So you deleted some tags.
Yes.
You in up migration there was some requirement to delete all the tags.
Yeah.
You pages by some condition you deleted it.
Yeah.
So now for some reason you want to go to the earlier migrations.
Oh, yeah.
You can't do anything, right? You can't get back the deleted tags, right? Not much we can do to restore deleted data. You'll raise this. Can't recover deleted data. That's it. And pass to the earlier versions of migrations.
Mm.
Okay, this is not much used, but if at all you do delete kind of stuff, you just raise active record reversible migration. Okay.
Okay.
Right, then I'll stop here. Any questions? Any suggestions?
No, we need to be still be BG, and I try to install another one, School One Plus, but all it's giving me some error until now.
Which
What?
one? What error?
Remember, we already created the DB and everything, and this is migrate and nothing, no problem. But I cannot see the DB on Postgres.
You log in as okay. Vicky will
That's it after the class.
we'll stop the here, and I and Ashraf will have an a separate meeting. I'm continue on this meeting. Okay, I'll see you back on Sunday. Okay, I think it's time, right? If I'm not wrong.
Yes.
Yeah. See on Sunday. I'll continue with Ashraf resolving his issue. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Himan.
Yeah, Ashraf.
This is Mu'taz. I send you also error for me.
Yeah, Mu'taz. Yes.
When I password for configuration file in database YAML, I get this error. Okay.
Yeah, you should
Can I remove
create a new user in Postgres.
from where? From the
Yeah.
BG admin?
Yes, from DB admin. You create a new user and a new password, and then you can.
I create new server first.
Yeah.
For me, I create new
We'll
server.
do that
This one.
first. Or else, can you share your screen? I'll make you.
Okay. Okay. So
Can you share your screen so that?
the message you cannot start screen
Yeah,
share.
I'll
Why?
give you the privileges. Okay.
Okay.
So make host. So you can share your screen.
Okay. What is? Okay. See here, I create without password.
Yeah, it has
created already.
created, right?
But I dropped again because I need to update here in sorry, I update here in file.
Yeah, wait.
Too much.
Wait. Can you give me, wait, I'll ask for
Yeah.
request remote control.
Sample this one.
Can you give me the control? Okay. So you have said
Hmm.
rake db create, right?
Yes,
Can you give me control? For some reason, I didn't get the control.
yes, I open already.
Oh, you already given it?
Yes,
Why am I not able to control?
but
Okay, again, I'll ask for remote control.
hmm.
Okay,
See,
can
approve already. Wait. This
uh,
one open. Just
you
reference. Wait. Just I think I have to open this one. So I think you have control now, right?
okay? I'm not getting the control for some reason, but can you say rake db create again?
Type without password.
Rake db create. Yes.
Okay. It creates it.
So it has created these. It means your credentials are correct.
Credential what?
Uh, um,
But I
you
don't
have
have
to,
password here.
no need of password. What's the required of password? No need.
I know, but when I put password in configuration, just give me this error, the rule of and give me the password that I wrote, and give me does not exist. Fatal rule, for example, this my password does not exist.
Now you're not getting it right.
Hmm?
Now you're not getting it. Earlier you got that error. Now you don't get that error. You're not getting it. It's created right here.
If
Yeah.
look at this, look at this. If I drop this one, the
Uh-huh.
data, okay, and put any password, for example, okay, this I write in default and I write in development,
I'm not
right?
able to see your screen. Only one black screen I can see. You have to share your desktop.
Okay, I write password in development. Okay, username and password, both of them Mu'taz. Okay.
No, Motas, see, why do you want to write a password? You don't have a password.
Hmm.
You don't have a password for user Postgres.
Hmm.
If you write it, it won't work.
So I leave it same like that and create the database, right?
Yeah, remove the password.
Okay, I remove the password and then I will create it again.
Yeah,
And
it is working. Yes, it is working.
it's working, but also I have an issue with DB BG Postgres.
Yeah, open
BG.
that. Can you
Okay.
share your desktop, please? I'm only able to see the black screen
Okay.
item.
Share the screen for
So share screen, it will give the first option you select. First option.
so. Same, I think.
Yeah,
Can you see?
yeah, I can
Okay.
see. I'll
Create.
request for control once again. Let me check you'll get control or not.
Okay. Approve again.
Okay.
Give me this one. Open that
Uh,
one.
yes, you
So
have to approve that. That is what I'm not getting.
PG admin. Where is this one? This one.
Zoom. You have to give zoom, I guess. Yeah, zoom us. Yes. That's it. Close it.
Okay.
Okay, let me try. Yes. So create server, for example, something like that. Connection host name is local host.
I didn't put username in configuration.
Role Postgres
Yes.
doesn't exist.
Yes. You remove
Okay.
post.
No, wait.
And here in maintenance database, I have to write the database name, right?
Yeah.
Sample app, sample
No.
underscore app.
Yes. PG4. Okay, let me check on Google. PG4. This is PG admin, right?
Hmm.
PG admin. Yes, create user. Okay. Yes, okay. Can you open the terminal?
There is rule here. We add rule here for so
I
I open
can't.
one.
I can't see it actually. I don't have access. I can't.
Okay. What do you want from me now?
Terminal.
Okay.
Can you try now? PSQL.
So
I think we need to release that from the beginning.
See, why are you getting PSQL
Not,
doesn't exist? Pre-configured. Someone pre-configured, I guess. Okay.
okay.
This is your database, and this is your another database. Okay, now it's all right.
Okay. Alhamdulillah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right then, can you?
Stop sharing.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
so what is the
Yeah,
user
Ashraf, can you share your screen? I'll make you the co-host.
Yeah, I already have the permission.
Okay. You can share your screen. We'll do the same thing in your
Yeah.
version as well. Open the PG admin.
Uh, I think I remove it after he give me
Yeah,
an
no problem. You can do it once again. So why PSQL is not there in the...
So this user that you add Postgres, this for PG admin only, not for my
Not
database, not for
no.
my application,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Mm.
Because in Google searched for, so PG admin 4 is a new one, right? That wants a new user Postgres to be created in the database in order to work, it seems. Okay,
Okay.
that is the problem because I'm not used to Postgres on that latest version.
Okay. Thank you.
So I don't know why it's not installed again.
Applications. Double click on it. Double click on it. Yeah, open. What happened? You're not getting it?
It is open now.
Can you give me the
Control or the terminal? I think it's a
can you open the terminal, please?
Yeah.
So why do you don't have PSQL? PGSQL? Sorry. Why is that so? I think it's not added in your bash, I guess.
My dash.
One second, we'll add it to the path. So where did you install Postgres? Where did you install Postgres?
It should be in user normally. I think maybe it is deleted when I delete Postgres and reinstall it. Yeah. Yes. You hear me? Hello?
I can hear you. think I lost control. Yeah, I got it on. You're typing something?
Yeah, just 1 minute. Reply customer manager.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. I have another application as well about Table Plus, Table One Plus. Can I connect it with Postgres?
You're talking to me
Yeah.
on.
I have another app. It's called Table Plus.
Bad assignment. What is this? Cache profile is not there. So path equal to colon dollar path, right? So how do I do it?
think this the same error was Mu'taz cumulative loop.
Yeah, but I created the Postgres, but it's not working. Yeah. For some reason earlier it did not work. I created the user, then it worked. Okay. So now pgadmin should work. Can you open that pgadmin, please?
Yeah. So only the problem because there is no user for Postgres.
Yes.
Oh,
Okay. So RegDB create would create your two tables. No one nodes. Okay.
in what?
You can RegDB create.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Then have a nice weekend. Meanwhile, I'll prepare this 5 to 10 assignments and in this weekend and try to send you. Okay. Can you drop me your email address?
Yeah, I will drop it. Okay, sure. I will. I sent it to you my email now. Humans?
Yeah, got it, Shraf. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very
I'll
much.
send you a test.
Really, really good session today.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Today I get all the full capacity.
Okay, that's good actually.
Yeah, yeah. Alhamdulillah.
So I'm just sending a test message. Please let me know if you got it or not.
Okay.
Yeah, to your Gmail.
Take a little time. Yes.
Okay, right then.
Yeah. Okay.
Have a nice weekend.
You
Bye.
too. You too. Bye. Bye. Have a nice.
I guess everyone has turned out, right? Let us start our session.
Hi, Hemant. Before we start, this is Suranjita. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. I can.
Great. So before you start, just want to say hi to you all. A very good morning. So I'll be coordinating from now on in regards to this training. So please feel free to reach out to me anytime if you need any.
Yeah, sure.
This is for you and also for all the participants. So good luck. So let's start the training now. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thanks, Udashita.
Thank you.
Okay. So you can see my screen, right? Everyone can see my screen.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, and hear me good?
Yes, too.
Okay. So last time we have seen MVC in Rails. So this is a controller. This is an action. And the corresponding model, this is a capital user is the model, right? Just basics, very basic. Now, I want to show you how to render templates. How to render templates in Rails. For example, I have show new template. This is what is this called technically in Rails?
Action.
An action, right? So I created an action here. I want to show a template by calling this action. So if I call this action, right, it should show me some kind of view on the browser. Okay. So what should I do? I have to create a view in users directory with a new file called show underscore new underscore template, the action name dot html.erb. Okay. Here just I want to write h1 my new template, some basic. So I want this to be shown on the browser. For that, if I simply say, just like earlier, Raman, on the previous day, what we have done, controller and action, I say user slash, what is the action name? Show new template. Controller is users, show new template. So if I do this, it doesn't work actually. So let us see. Oh, first of all, I have a pending migration error. I guess I have some pending migrations. Let me quickly check on it. Okay, I will have these two migrations. I don't want to have those anymore. This was just an example. So I want this, for example, I will simply say break db migrate version equals. Okay, done. I don't want this anymore. This was just an example, so I'll delete it. Yeah. So there is an error, no route matches this. Why? Because simply writing the controller name and action name doesn't work. We have to specify a route in routes.rb config routes.rb. We have to write a route. Mine is a get route. Say what is the URL? User slash, sorry. Okay, show new template. I'll save this. Now refresh. My new template. Everyone understood basic? Write a controller and show the corresponding view. How to show the corresponding view? Okay, we did not write any kind of a logic. It's just how Rails works, controller and the corresponding view. For some reason, I don't want this show new template to be rendered, the default one. or else I'll make it as different one. Okay. Display other, something like that. An example, that's it. Display other template. I don't want to show this. I don't want to write same template name, for example, extending or overriding. Then I can say render and the file name. For example, new template. So what should I do for order to call this action? First and foremost, go to routes, right? Get or post or patch or whatever. The HTTP verb and HTTP action and its corresponding URL. Now, users display other template. Right. So the error we get is missing template. Users new template. There is, see, you asked me to render, will render the template for you on the browser. Okay, it will try to, the Ruby or the Rails server will try to render as part of action. Okay, but so render method is pretty important. So render the template. It did not render because it was missing. So what we have to do is we have to create that file. Where should we create the file? Can anyone tell us? Tell me. Yeah, use users directory. For now, users directory, new template.html.erb. Yeah, we have that. I'll say, let us refresh the browser and see whether this works. Yes. So it means overriding. You don't want the default template. Instead, in this action, you want to render another template. Then you can say render. So it means for this, there is a Rails is smart enough that it has a default render. What should be here?
So it's a new, show new template.
Exactly, show new template. So Rails automatically does this for you. We need not. Okay. So if you want another template to be displayed, we have to say render new template. Okay. For example, I'll create a new folder in the views directory called extras or reusable views. You can imagine extras or extra views, whatever, reusable views. And I'll place this new template.html.erb into extras. Right? So I moved it. Now, if I try to access this template, obviously it will throw me an error. So now what I have to say, I have to change. Where is our path?
Yeah.
Extra slash, right? So if it is a different directory, just give that relative path.
So
That would be.
in render we write the directory, right?
Yeah, just refresh the page. You refresh it, the same template is displayed. Now, Aman, for your explanation, I'll say extras in template. Okay. So it means from this action, I am calling this template, which is outside the users. By default, the user controller's actions will look for views in which directory? Come on.
Users.
Yeah, users directory. By default, it will look for. No, I want to. Okay, I want to display products new. Now, what should I write here? Can anyone tell me? I want to display a view from products new. See, you will get errors, no problem. But I want the template to be called here. Can anyone tell me what should I write in here? Render
Product/new.
products/new. I don't product/new. I think there is a route. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to refresh this. Yeah. So it has called the products new.html.erb, right? I'm calling display the template. So understood? Calling from a different directory. Basically, the idea is I want to call a template from a different directory.
Sorry, I can't understand why you add if you're working why you add extra in views and
Oh,
can you hear me? Can you explain more? Can you explain more why you add extra in views and
see, by default, for example, the products, see your application, if you open your application, you can see in the views directory, there are lots and lots of folders, right?
right?
Right? All of these folders want common templates, for example. They use common templates. So I can name this as, okay, if you are confused with the name, common templates. So common templates means it is used by all the views, all the controllers. Okay. So I want to place it separately that these are common templates used by products, users, orders, etc., etc., etc. Got it? That is why I created my requirement. I want to put it separate. Understood?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. See, this is just for example's sake how to call outside views. That's it. Okay.
Okay.
So earlier there were render template, render action, render template. It will also do the same, but not necessary to write specifically template. Okay, so render templates. We can skip it out. We can say file specific keys are there. Render file, render template, render text is important. See, this is not required. I'm just showing this is also possible. Okay, not required. You can omit that. Okay, render text or render plain. Now it's plain, I guess. Calling. Okay, trying to call actually. So render text. It is plain. They changed it in 5 actually. So render plain is whatever text you will display, right? That will be displayed as part of the HTML response onto the view. There is no layout associated. Simple plain text. So why do we use this? What is the requirement of this? You want to debug something. You want to see the parameters what are being passed to this action. Okay. For example, I want to see the parameters passed to this action. I can simply say render plain params.inspect or params. These are the parameters that are being passed to this action, users controller action display other template. The parameters are controller is users, action is display other template. That's it. Nothing else. If at all you want to debug something, you want to just see with your eyes at what parameters are being passed to this action, you can just have it. For any other requirement,
So run the plane for showing the parameter of the page or the method.
sorry, I didn't get the question.
Render plane command or this action. Okay, this to for what exactly? For calling what is exactly? For calling directory or the text?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Simply to display something onto the view. It's not calling anything. Some text. For example,
Yeah.
I want to give a text, some text.
Yeah.
I want to give you a name. That's it. Just text. You want to display text to the.
So if I need to show another page from another directory in the views, so I will go to the example number 3.
Number
Right.
12, number 13,
Yeah.
number 14, right?
Yeah. I will show render and I make directory slash the page of the view.
Yes,
Of the file.
exactly.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. See, this plain, see, these are different flavors are available for render. Okay. For example, in your code, you encounter plain and say, yeah, what is this plane? Heyman did not explain about this plane anyway. See, maximum I'll try to explain what are the most used. Something like that, render is also having an optional plane where you can display plain text onto the browser. Okay. Render action is also there, but I'll discuss this. Yeah, I'll discuss this now itself. Render action. Give an action name. What else actions we have? These two actions currently we have, right? I am saying it to render list action. Okay.
List of action. Okay.
So I'll save this and I'll execute. Yeah. So it had tried to call list users.html.erb, right?
Yes.
So if you look at the trace, app controllers, users controller 17. So 17 line. This is something it called it. Okay. From there it went to list users.html.erb7, right? Why? Because it called directly that template. It did not call this one. See, don't imagine that it will call this. Okay, it will call the template called users. Sorry. Meanwhile, we can see users, list users. In list users, there was a problem at line number 7. Yes, there would be a problem because there is no variable called @users, right? Understood? Confusion?
A little bit.
Okay, what actually happened while saying action? It tried to call which template?
List users.
Yes, users controller. Please always mention users controller, list users. Okay. So if I want to call some other action from the products controller, index action, I have to say slash.
Index.
Yes. Slash. Okay. So list users is this template. It will try to call the template. Users is not there. So if I write users here, array users equal to an array, I'll try an array. Okay, now I'll say, see, these are just users, but there are no first names and last name. Again, you'll get an error somewhere else. But basically, the point is, I'm able to call this template or not. Okay, so render action will call that specific template. That's the meaning. Or you can directly omit this as well. But specifically, they'll write in order to specify that it is an action being called. This also will result in the same error. Okay. Now, if you want this to function, you have to write the same thing here. Okay. So that is about render. Any questions so far on render?
We have also render partial.
Render partial will come only in the views, not in the control. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
If you want to say render, say let me show you partial. The undefined method partial. Partial is only for views. Okay. On the views you can write render partial, not in the controllers. Okay. So something like the display of the template is calling this. Display of the template is calling this template. So in this template, I can say render partial. Missing partial users. Okay. Okay, this is the example partial, right?
Yes.
So render in your code, they might have written something like partial, something like this. Okay, so if you write this or do not write this, it doesn't matter. Okay, so what actually is a partial? Anyhow, because you have brought this point up here, let us discuss this. I want a piece of code to be repeated in a few number of view code. Okay, I'll put it here. I want a piece of view code. It means HTML. So view code is always HTML, right? HTML to be used in a few or many. There are many templates. Then I can use partials. So what are partials? Partials are reusable templates, right? Partials are reusable templates.
That means if I need the part from another view,
Yes.
I will use a partial.
Yes. Okay. For example, let us take the very basic example. I'll create a new file called partials always start with an underscore. Please remember, partials always start with an underscore. So in this here, company name, for example, company name dot html.erb. The company name should be displayed in all the partials, a few partials, for example. Company name. This company name should be displayed in certain partials, templates. So what I can do is, for example, in products also, I want this to be displayed here, top. So I'll say equal to render. I can say render partial or simply render. What should I say here?
Partial name without underscore.
Yeah, common template slash company name, right? That's it.
Yes.
So this, where did I write it? In products new. Okay. So I have to call which action? Products controller. New action. Knowledge hut. Reused it, right? Similarly, I want to use this in users controller list users. So list users go here. I'll write this. Always please remember render should be separated by new line. Okay. Common templates company name. In users list users. So let us say what is the controller? Users. List users is the action name. So you can see knowledge hut. So you don't have data because I removed data, so don't worry about that. So knowledge hut, right?
Yes.
Understood partials. So reusable. We want to reusable. We want a piece of code, view code, to be reusable in multiple templates. Then we make use of partials. So I don't know anything about partial, for example, then how do I look into the documentation? See, always type or bookmark this Rails API in your browser. So once you open up its latest six, always it displays latest one. If you want to see another different one, for example, in your case, Rails 5.1 API. 5.1.7. Open that one. Okay. While working on your application, you have to use this documentation and not this documentation. Okay. So I can pass locals and all, but I don't think that is a discussion for now. See other options also, HTML. I want to directly render HTML. Write your HTML here. Generally, we don't do this, but these are the options available. Under HTML dot to _ safe, I guess. I forgot the name of it actually. Is it, I forgot the name of the method. Seldom we use it, right? Anyone remembers if at all? Okay, let me check. I forgot the name. Save HTML on this. I did the other way around. Okay, rendering HTML. So whenever by default, if you try to render HTML, right, Rails will display as text. You have to specifically say escape, escape sequence, right? So escape it and display as HTML. For that, we have to use a method called HTML save. Okay. This will be using when we are trying to create a helper method and render some HTML onto the browser. That we'll see when an example when we are trying to create a few helpers. Any questions so far about render? And whatever we discussed in this 45 minutes or so.
What? Yeah.
You're good? Basically, controller action, view. That's it. We do not do anything else.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So these are the options available. How to create? There is also another one. Actually, I'll redirect. I'll discuss redirect also in here. Redirect to. For example, when you log into there is a news login page. You enter username and password, right? And hit submit. You are on the home page initially. Log in username, password, and hit submit. What will happen? Assuming you gave the username, valid username and password. Your browser will take you to the default landing page, right? Your signed in page, right? Yeah, simple Gmail, for example. Gmail, login, you'll give a login screen. When you log in, right, it will show you the main screen. So it is redirecting to another page, moving to a different page. So I say redirect to action list users. See, both these are symbols, but this is a key. So this is also a symbol. This is another symbol value. So did it move to list users? Please follow. Display new template I'm trying to call. Okay, I'm calling it. It went to users, list users. See the console. You asked for users. You asked for users display other template. It is being processed by users controller display other template as HTML. Redirected 302. 302 is HTTP code for redirect, right? So 302 redirected, again it went to this. It executed list users and showed the list user HTML.erb. So what really happened? Can anyone explain what really happened when I did a redirect? Or render, what is the difference between, where is this render? I wrote somewhere, yeah, here. What is the difference between this render action, list users and list users, redirected? Can anyone tell me first what line number 20 does?
Render for calling an action.
Exactly. Correct.
But there is a redirect for calling in a page. Right.
You are exactly correct. Redirect to will call this list users action. So the flow will move to here. It will execute this statement also and display its corresponding view. What is its corresponding view? Yeah, list underscore users dot html dot erb, right?
Yeah, it will show me the HTML for the view for list of users.
Right. Now, what is the difference between this and this? If you say render action, it won't call the flow will not go here. The flow will not go from here to line number 19 to line number 3. Instead, it will call the template in the views directory called list users.html. The flow will directly go here. Right? So that is the difference between render and redirect. Okay. One more thing I forgot to tell you. By default, the layout is application layout. Okay, instead of sample app, okay, title is there. So in the head, in the body, I can say render company name also to get the company name. But okay, I'll say application layout. This is the application layout. So I will refresh this, any of the pages. Which layout is being taken? Application layout. How can you see? Inspect. So anywhere in our views, did we write HTML body? Okay, did I write? No, right? In any of the views, did I write in list users HTML tag? No, right? Never did I write, nowhere did I write. So everything is getting displayed from application.html, this yield method. I'll remove this, okay? Please concentrate application.html.erb. I removed this yield. Okay, now I'll try to call list users. Nothing, no output. Okay. Display other template. Why there is an issue? Yeah, there is an each method which we are calling, right? Somewhere. Okay, instead of that, I'll render this template. I'm sorry, I have both of this. No data at all. Okay, I'll call products because products new will show me a form. Nothing. So what really is happening? The yield, this method of the view is embedding that particular controller actions template onto the application layout, right? You're understanding? You're understanding or not?
A little bit confusion.
See, this is an application layout. So if you say yield, this method is there, right?
Yeah.
The output of list users. What is the output of list user? Template of list users. View file. This one, right?
List of user h.html.
Yes. This output, whatever it executed, right? That output is pasted in here. Okay.
Based on
Pasted.
based on.
It is put into it. So now I enable the yield. See, products new will give me, see, it has embedded in the place of yield, right? Similarly, users, so the default layout is application layout. Why I'm talking about this? Because render and redirect have options in order to say like don't show me the layout. Layout is false. Why? Redirect is common. Oh. Unfortunately, they removed that layout. So I guess in 5 you'll have layout equal to false. I guess let me check. Yeah, it used to be actually in previous versions. So they removed that option layout is false. Yeah, they removed actually. Earlier there was. Don't worry. So there is no option of layout, so need not worry about it. There was an option earlier for render and redirect to display layout false, but now they removed it, so don't worry. So redirect to action this. So if you want to specify a controller also, so this is the same controller, you need not specify, simply you can say redirect to action. But if you want to specify redirect to somewhere else, a different controller altogether, I have to mention the controller as the controller name, products, and the action name also something like new. If it is a different controller, so display other template should show me products new, right? Different controller, different action. Any questions? Any questions so far? So I'll take it as no. So can I proceed?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I want to discuss a small functionality of how to create objects or records in tables, so that I can display, I can sketch up an example of creating a form and how to insert into the database. For that, we need to discuss about how to create new records in Rails. So Rails conventions, what are the table name should be always
Singular.
come on, always singular or plural?
Singular.
No, plural. See, for example,
No, for example, if I want to say user.new, so it should be singular, not plural, right?
see, table name, table
Not
name.
model, okay.
Okay, table name should be plural, right? Right? You agree with it? Right. For example, this table name is orders. So it should be orders. The table name should be orders and not order or anything else. For example, user underscore orders. Nothing like that. Only orders. That's it. Okay. Fine. What should be the primary key of the table? Orders.
ID.
ID only. Any table in Rails should have the primary key as ID. Okay. For example, there is a foreign key user for table orders. Foreign key of user in table order should be user underscore ID. Okay, this is the foreign key. Any questions? Foreign key. No? Right? So this is the convention to be followed. It's a must. If you try to play with any of the default conventions, then you will land into a lot of trouble. Never ending overriding. So please do not try to get away from the conventions of Rails. Fine. So now our table name is users in the database. ID is primary key is ID. I want to create a few records in the table. So I want to insert records into the table users. What are the methods available?
Create.
User dot new dot, I guess it's first name equal to user1, something like that. U dot last name equal to last one. New dot age equal to 43. Any other attributes of user you remember? So I don't remember. So what I'll do is sample app. I'll say Rails console. It's an IRB of this application. And simply say user dot column names. This method will show me the column names of that particular table. Basically, attributes of model. This is model, right? So if the table is in PostgreSQL, right? But how am I getting the column names on user? Anyone can guess?
Can you repeat again the question?
Your table is located in PostgreSQL database server, right?
Yes.
So I'm asking the column names. How is this getting the column names? This is not the table. If you want to talk to the table, we have to go to PostgreSQL and say, display the column properties, select star from, if you want to get data. Okay. I'm calling this user dot, for example, user dot all, whatever. Select star from users. What is user? Can anyone tell me what is USER, user, in Rails terms?
Model.
It's a model. Yes, it's a model, right? Let us go to model. Every now and then I have to restart. My training license has expired. I have to reapply. So that is a model. So app models. This is the model. Okay, this is a model. If it's a simple class, what does it matter to me? I'll remove the application record. Okay, it's a class user, right? I remove the superclass. If I ask user column names, it will still give me because it did not take the change. I have to reload saying that, okay, get me fresh changes. Whatever has changed, reload it. Now I'll ask for column names. Undefined method column names for user class. Right? So what really happened? What really happened here? What did I do? I just removed application record, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
So it's not giving me anything. I don't know what is column names. I don't know why. Even if you say user.all, right? It will say I don't know what is user.all. So the magic is coming from application record or not, right?
Yeah.
Why application record? Go to application record. Okay. Let it be application record. I'll remove this active record base. Okay. I have to comment this also. So what did I do? User.rb is still a subclass of application record, but application record is a class by itself. It doesn't, it's not a child of any other class. So now I'll reload it. Undefined method all. If you say column names also, it will give the same. So the magic is coming from active record base. Okay. Now I'll reload it. Get it again. Get it again. So what does it mean? These methods, column names, all are getting from which class? Can anyone tell me which class? Active record base, right? Agree or there is a confusion? Can everyone hear me first?
I think there is some confusion.
Oh. See, we have discussed about classes, right? Earlier.
Yes.
Ruby classes. Did I write a single method in it? Or did I write column names method in the user class?
No.
No, but I'm calling it, right?
Yeah.
And it is giving some output also. So where is that method coming from?
From database. From database or from...
It's not from database. Nothing comes from database. It is coming from superclass. Okay, let us go to the superclass. What is a superclass?
application record.
Yes, application record. So application record, does it have a method called column names?
No.
So where is the method coming from?
Active record base.
Yes, active record base class. Okay. So what really is happening? What really is happening is once you create a model file, this one, and extend with application record, your model will be mapped. So what do I mean by mapped? So model user will be mapped to a table users in database, PostgreSQL or MySQL, etc., etc. Okay, for now, PostgreSQL database. Understood?
Yes.
Yes.
That is why the active record base will give the method column names that will contact the Postgres database via the adapter PostgreSQL that you mentioned in which, where did you mention PostgreSQL adapter config database.yml, you mentioned here, right? Via that adapter it goes and fetches you the column names. Okay, basically it is a mapping. Model will be mapped to a table users. Okay, understood this concept. Now let us go ahead and do this. So I have first name, last name, age, city, created, updated. So I'm good with first name, last name, age. So I'll simply say this on the done. So the object is this. So all the columns are actually happened. What happened? They became kind of accessor, kind of attributes of the class, right?
Yes.
So they became the attributes of the class, something like a hidden attribute accessor, right? Hidden. Rails by default provides you that hidden attribute access. Fine. So if let us go to PostgreSQL DB and see any users have been created or not. I'm asking it to display top 100 rows. So it doesn't have any rows because this doesn't create. Now I have to save it as SAVE in order to push it or insert into the database table. So this is one way of creating. After this statement, I have to say u.save in order to save the database, save it to the database. Now let us go here and refresh. We see user one, last one, 43 is created. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. Any questions on this? Pretty easy, right? Any questions on this?
No.
Okay. This is one way. First, I will define this as first way. Second way, u equal to user dot new, do a block method kind of stuff. In D, not capital, please use lowercase alphabets. I'll copy the same thing, okay. So instead I have to give a block variable, I'll say US, okay? US. And then I have to say u dot save again, I have to save to the database. So instead of user1, I'll say 2 and 2 and 34. Copy without a hash. And save it. Obviously it will get saved, so we'll have 2 records. Is it 2 last 2? 30. Second way of saving a record into the database. Okay. Any questions?
No.
No. Right. Okay.
Just wait.
U equal to user dot new. Does the record get saved in database? No. How can I prove that? ID is nil. Okay. Or else there is a utility method. Is it a new record? Yes. It's a new record. I'll say u1 equal to user dot first. u1 dot new record. No, it's not a new record. It is having an ID. If you see u1, it is having an ID. So it's not a new record. It's already saved into database. We are fetching from the database. Got it? So utility method, new record, question mark, important one. U dot persisted. So is it a new record or not? Another method, alternative. So better you use new record. Fine. So the third way or the most used way of creating records is u equal to, or I'll say user equal to user dot new and pass in hash options. First name, column, give the name of user 3, last name, give the name 3, age, now user 3 dot new record, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, he is a new record because user 3 is not having
An ID.
an ID. Simply we can clearly with our eyes we can know that he's not having an ID. So it means he did not get stored in the database. What should I do in order to save him to the database? Save the record to the database?
User 3 dot save.
Yes. User 3 dot save. Gone. I'm sorry, it is user 3 dot save. As simple as that. Obviously, you'll have another record. Clearly, you can see. Insert into users first name, last name. This SQL will be executed. So it is a commit. Clearly, you can see it has committed the record into the database. So it will be created. Please remember that save is a method which will return true or false. What does the save method return?
True or false?
True or false object, right? True object or false object. Fine. Okay. Another method, fourth way you can say, is user for create. So user for dot new record, true or false?
False.
It is true.
It is false because
There
you
is
can
no
see create method has executed an insert. So directly it is inserting into the database, right?
So it is replace the save.
Pardon?
If I
Yes, yes.
it is replace the save.
Yes, it is something like new plus save, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So, and please also remember create will return an object and not true or false. So user save returns,
Yeah. It is true and false.
yes, but create doesn't return true or false. Instead, it will return that object itself. Okay. So these are the 4 ways of creating
Object.
objects. Yeah, records into the inserting records into database table. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll take a break for 5 to 6 minutes and then we'll continue.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm back. So let us continue. So any questions on this, like creating or inserting a record into the database table?
Yes. When I use create and when can I use a new?
No, it's up to your choice. You can use. I mean, any ways you can use. There is no differentiation. You have to use save here. You have to use create here.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jimenez? Yeah, if I want to create a table, this is a common table.
Common table. You
Yeah.
mean common? Yeah.
Yeah, common. This shared table. Like for example, user ID. I will use this in another
Table.
DB. Yes,
That is foreign key. That is called a foreign key.
foreign key.
Hmm.
Okay, so if it's shared table, it will call foreign key.
Yeah, that we did not discuss yet. Don't worry about that. We'll once we discuss about associations, we'll cover the topic.
Okay.
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 So creating of a record, everyone understood. So let us try to create some kind of a small register, basic registration form, so that user can register himself. Something like user creation form. Okay. So if you want to create a form, what should I write? Can anyone tell me what should I write to create a form? Form. Yes. Basically, I need to write a form. Form should be written in which markup language?
Mhm.
HTML, right?
Yeah.
So you have to write HTML to create a form, right? But in Rails, okay, in Ruby you can't write it. In Rails, if you want to create a form, you have to make use of default form helpers that are available in Rails. Okay, so first and foremost thing, I want to display a particular form like this to the user. What should I write first and foremost?
Creating a new view.
No, I have to create a controller, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, action, right? Action, right? See, I need to create an action, right? Agree or not? See, if I want to show a new form to a user to enter data, first I have to create an action in Rails. Then what should I do? I have to create a view. This we discussed in the first hour, right?
Yes.
A new template called new user.html.erb. So here I have to write my HTML form, but in Rails I said I have to use a concept called or tag library called form helpers called form helpers. Please remember we have to use form helpers. Okay, so we have to use form helpers. What are form helpers? Again, what are form helpers? Let us see. What we are dealing with views, right? We are dealing with views. So if you go to the documentation first home page, if you see, this will be displayed. Excuse me. Action controller, action mailbox, action mailer, action text, action view, something. Active model, active record. So I am dealing with views. So I have to open action view. So all the methods, again, action view is a module. In this action view, there will be called helpers. In the helpers, I'm talking about form helpers. So I have to make use of these helpers in order to create a form. One of the basic example is form for or form with. It needs to create a form in Rails views. Okay. So form for has been provided in right from the start, starting versions of Rails, but form with very recently in 6, I guess. Form with. Okay. Form for this tag, if we write, let us write this piece of tag. Form4 is the method. Our object is user. But I have to make changes. END. Let me try. So I have to call it using users controller new user. It won't work because I guess I did not write a route. Sorry, user.new new user. So I did not write a route. So I'll copy this and simply write a route there. Where in routes.rb. Okay, so where is our form? Nothing. But if you inspect, see the source code, HTML form action is something, method is post. Did I write anything like this? No, right? I simply wrote form4. It means what happened? It has created a form HTML tag indirectly, right? Yes or no? So it has created a form. Got it? Okay. Say, so I have to provide an object. In order to work with. Either user or address user. The controller needs an empty object to be filled. So here I say address user equal to an empty object user dot new. Now I refresh. Fine. So I have an empty object. I have to give a text box in order to give and fill it. You allow user to type in his first name, last name, age, etc. So let us do that quickly. So how to create a text box? I don't know how to create a text box. In the form helpers, you can find methods. These are the methods available. Okay. So these are all HTML5 tags. So please remember all these are HTML5 label. Will create, as the name suggests, will create a label. Okay, I want a text field. Will create a text field. Telephone field will create a field with type equal to number. Search field type equal to search. Radio button. Password. A number field, a month field, etc. etc. Checkbox. All these are HTML tags only, right? Markup tags. So for now, I need a label and a text field. Input type equal to text. So I have to use a tag called label. So how should I write a label? Something like this. So simple label. So I'll write equal to label. The label name is first name. You can directly write a string. I'll create a couple of labels. Last name. Age, and CTAS. Four labels. Let us see if the labels are being created or not. Just refresh the page. They are gone. Given one expected 2. Okay. I did a small mistake. This form instance is taken in a variable or a block argument called f. So I have to say f dot label. I forgot that. So that will consider as a form instance. First name, last name, age, city, that is a label. So we don't, we want to extend it by having text fields. So how to give text fields? I don't know. So this is how we need to give text fields. So come over here again, same, just like what we did earlier, f dot text field. For this form, text field, what is the column name?
Plus.
Column name. First underscore name, right? You have to give exactly the same. Similarly, I want to give that. So this one is last name. This one is age. This one is city. So did we get right? So this is the form what we created: first name, last name, age, city. Yes. Something else is missing.
Call to action.
Submit button is missing, and form action is wrong. Form action is submitting to same new user. So I have to first create a submit button. So how to create a submit? I don't know where is the submit button. One second. Yeah, I need to add a submit button, right? So submit underscore submit is a method tag available here in form helpers. Simply say submit f dot submit. So we can write this here. Let us refresh. Save user, or you want to override, you can override to an submit. A different. I mean, these are all overrideable options that you can clearly find in the documentation. Okay. Fine. Next, we have to fix the URL or this one, right? So I'm writing a custom form, right? So I'm not creating from kind of a scaffolded form. So I'm creating a custom form without resources. So I have to say URL create some different one, create user. Now form action is create user. You can see here at the bottom. You can see here form action is create user, my pointer.
Yes.
Yeah. So our action is, see, what is a post action? You want to send a letter or a physical letter to a relative. So what do? You take an envelope, you write the to address, right? And post it in the post box, right? This is what we do, right? So we want this letter or data or envelope with this data to be posted to what address? Create user address, right?
Yes.
That is nothing but another action. So we want to post this data to an action called create underscore user. Understood? First of all, did you understand how to create a form?
Yes.
It's pretty simple. Whatever tags in HTML you have. See, if people, if some of you don't know what is HTML, please refer to W3 Schools HTML5. There you can find all the tags relating to HTML. For example, HTML forms. I should have taken forms. Input types. So these are the types of input available. Button means button, checkbox. Color means color picker, date picker, date time picker. Email, so for entering email. File is for uploading file. Hidden variable, hidden input type. Image, you want to display an image. Month, you want to give a text field with where you can enter only numbers. Passwords, radio buttons, range, give a range of values. Reset, you want the form to be resetted. Clear all the form fields. Search, submit, telephone number, text, time, URL, you want to give some kind of a URL. These are the available HTML5 tags, input tags. Those things are all available in here. Okay, everything, each and everything is available as part of tags in Rails. So you have to use these tags and not simply write plain vanilla HTML directly on the views. Okay? Because
I have a question.
yes.
What is the difference between simple form for and form for? We have in our system simple form for, okay? And you talked about form for. So what is the difference between them?
Form for what do you have in your system?
Simple form for, like this.
Can you put in chat? Okay. Oh, the difference. Simple form for. See, simple form for is a library that you are using in order to make developer life still easier, more easier. See, simple form is a gem. So simple form gem. So it means you are not using default Rails views. You are using simple form library. So it means you have to use methods of this gem. Understood? So how do I know the methods of this gem? Can anyone tell me? Simply look at the documentation. See, simple form for user instead of form for, you have to write like this and say simply f dot input. That's it. Username, password, everything input. You not say dot text field, dot radio button, dot checkbox. No need of these kinds at all. So more easier. That is why you're using simple forms. Okay.
Okay.
Third party gem, not default Rails one. This is most used simple form. It is used by most of the applications. I mean, 80% of the Rails developers use simple form for. Okay, that is the difference.
Okay.
So, but in our training, we are discussing about the default Rails, how to create forms. Now, a simple question for you. Okay, I'll put it later. Let us see how to write code in order to save this user data into a database table. So we have our form ready and we want the user to submit to an action called create user. Is there an action in our users controller called create user?
No.
No. So it means I have to create it, right? Or else let us don't create it. Simply we'll submit the form. Okay. Submit. No route matches post users create. Okay, create user. Let us now create the method. It is complying that there is no method or action called create user. So I've created it. Now if I refresh again the same problem, no route matches you get. So I have to create a route in routes.rb, right? What should I say now?
Host.
Host, because I'm posting data to this method. Right, now I have data. Okay, I'll put this data in here. Now let us clear our console. I'll submit the user. Started post. Okay. What are the parameters that are being sent? You can see an authenticity token by default Rails forms. User hash, some kind of a hash with all the values, first name, key value pairs, first name Hemant, last name Kumar, and age, so on, right? And commit, submit user. Right? Okay, those are the parameters. So what is my job? My job is to get this data and save it to database, right? Yes or no? You agree?
Yes.
Yes, that's my job in order to get the and save it to database. So what I have to write here in create user, first of all, I have to grab the parameters, right? I have to grab the parameters. In order to grab the parameters, I can grab the parameters using keyword params. Okay. So earlier what we have discussed, render plain params.inspect. I should have disabled this. Now I'm able to see the parameters, right? Render plain. Okay, these are the parameters the user has submitted. Now I have to write code in order to insert into database. Fine. Okay, I'll comment this. In what is the code in order to create a user in the database? Add user equal to user dot new and pass params, but params of the key user, right? So it's the params of key user. See, generally what you write earlier we have seen, somewhere we have written. You have to pass this, right?
Yes.
Key value, key value, key value. Let us do this then. Instead of this, params. Now, what did the params print? It printed action control parameters, authenticity token, etc. I'm not bothered about those things. Instead, I want only parameters of user.
So we pass the needed data only. We don't
Yes,
care
exactly.
about data.
Now we want to pass this data in here. So it should be, agree? Right? Now, if address user dot save, if he's saved, because save will return true or false, I told you earlier. Agree? Redirect to, luckily I have a list users. So I'll redirect to list users. What if he's not saved?
Show error.
Yeah, that we'll do later. Currently, we'll take the happy path case where the user is always saved. Fine, let us do this now. Forbidden attributes error. Yes, they introduced forbidden attributes or the strong parameters where whatever parameters are being sent from the client to the server, they should be screened. You should allow them. There should be some control over it. Otherwise, hackers might send any data to you, right? For that, they introduce a concept called strong parameters. For that, what we have to do is we need to permit certain attributes only for that. Sorry, I forgot to explain about private and protected methods. Private methods in Ruby can be accessed only by the current class. It can't be accessed by subclasses. Protected methods, like if you write protected, the methods below it can be accessed by the current class and the objects of subclass also. Rest of things are public. They can be accessed by any class. So for each and every controller, I have to write a method. Since it is user controller, we generally write it as, this is convention, user params. In this, we write params dot, this is standard code, require, what is the user? Params of user, right? We wrote params of user, so that thing, that user, and you permit, I want to permit only first name, last name, and age. I don't want to permit other things, okay? So I'm not permitting city. Right. This use params should be passed in here. This is nothing but is returning only first name, last name, age. Okay. I don't give a, okay. but still the user will be created. There is an issue here. I did not say action. Okay. But if you look at the trace, this has been created. I'll create another object, but let us see. Hemant Kumar is created. City is not created. Okay. If you see here, city unpermitted parameter. Even if you're trying to send this city data, it is not taken. See, city you send it as Hyderabad, but it is not taken. Got it? It is not permitted, basically.
It's not showing in the prompt, right?
Yes. So I want to permit that also, so that also gets inserted. So let us do this once again by altering the parameters. John Doe. I'll submit. Again, what happened? Undefined F name. Oh, I changed it to first name, right?
Should be.
Yeah, I have to change.
First name.
One more thing is city. So I'll just switch it. Created. So let us try and create a new user again. So directly it has redirected to the list users. Any questions on this? This is what you generally do in really any Rails application. If we saved, redirect to list users will show all the users data. Okay. If he is not saved, what should happen? We should show him errors, right? That something is wrong.
Should e message, error message.
Right. So let me quickly write. Don't worry about what I'm writing here. To show you something. Don't worry about this line. So I basically wrote a validation that the length of it should be between 20 and 30. So I'll again call new user, the first name. I'll give it as Hemant or something. Yeah. So it is not submitting. Let us see what happened wrong. Because it was not able to submit, save it. In the user's controller, it has encountered this else condition. So I have to show something, right? So I have to say render new user template again, or sorry, render action, that is called render action, which means that render that template, render action new user once again, so that we can show the same form to the user. So I'll refresh this. See, there was an issue in here with this. So because of that, the form, the data did not get inserted. If you look at the trace, for example, I'll remove this trace and once again submit. You can see started post, parameter, rendering new user. Why new user again? It has to get redirected, right?
Should be reset.
Because
For
it
the
is not saved.
validation.
Right, validation. Because of validation, it has come to the else case. Agree? Yes, it
Yes.
has fallen into the else case. So else case, render action user, it is displaying the template. So that is why by default, did I write any code to display this red, etc.? The Rails is smart enough in order to do that because of using this form helpers. If you write plain vanilla HTML, you will not get these features and you'll face a lot of trouble tracking user objects and errors, etc., etc. So any questions so far? Is everyone able to understand the concept?
It's clear for me.
Anyone who, I mean, is not able to follow this, need an explanation because it's very important. Everywhere in Rails, you do the same thing. See, any web application only you insert data, show data, manipulate data. That's the only thing you do. Other than that, you don't do anything. CRUD only you do in web applications as part of web applications. Right? Manipulation and functionality. Functionality. See, menu items that you show in your project. The menu items is data. You insert that data initially. You show that data for the users. They do some functionality on that, adding to the cart and check out. Only displaying data, inserting data. That's it. So orders gets a new order gets placed. It gets inserted into the database. The admin wants to see the orders. They are refetched from the database, like that. Okay. So next, you have seen form for. Okay, let us try to give in a new field. Okay, that is called zip code or pin code. Generally, it should be after this. So I'll say zip code. So zip code column is there in the database. Is the zip code column there in our database table?
No.
No.
No, right? No. Let us say users, new user. So what is the error we get?
Field does not exist in the letter.
Yes.
Yes.
So zip code doesn't exist. Undefined method zip code. So it means if there is no column zip code, I can't create a form, right? In Rails. Agree?
Yes.
Then there is no use, right? If you need to have a column for each and everything, then see the best example would be I'll show. One second. So, for example, you'll have city address line 1, something, these kind of fields, right? Equal to f dot address. Sorry. Address line 1 and line 2, right? So you have these kind of forms, generally we'll have it. But do you think we'll have a separate column from address line 1, line 2, city, zip code, country, etc.? I mean, general.
No, we don't need commas.
So how do you store an address in the database table?
Okay. Concat?
Yes, you concatenate. See, you'll have a column called address in the single column. See, in here you'll have a single column called address that will hold the concatenated values of address line 1, line 2, zip code, city, etc. etc. Got it? We don't want to store each one in a separate one, separate column, waste of column and waste of database space and memory for retrieval and performance, all these things. So if Rails is not able to do this, right, it is waste of using form helpers. You agree? It's waste of using form helpers or not? Entirely it is wrong, it is waste, right? Yes or no? So for that, we have something called, we can achieve that using form helpers also, but exclusively we have something else called form tag helpers. The recent one is form with. So form, using form with also specifying the model and the URL, you can create a new form. That's in Rails 6. Okay, using form with. Since you are using simple form 4, it's not that necessary. But if you are using plain Rails, right, you can also use form with. Okay. Coming to form tag helpers. So here form 4 is tightly bound with the columns of the table. So if you give a column which is non-existing in the database table, form 4 will fail. Yes or no? It's failing, right? It doesn't work. Address line 1 doesn't work, address line 2 doesn't work, and so on. It depends on the object. So if I want a form which is independent of this, I have to go with form tag helpers. Let us see form tag helpers. Form tag helpers are available in helpers itself, action view helpers. Here you can see similar tags. Do you find all the tags same as earlier? But the only difference is earlier the name of label was label. Here it is label underscore tag. Earlier text field, text underscore field. Now text field underscore tag. Underscore tag is been mentioned here. Similarly, form underscore tag instead of form per. Let us create a form. I'll copy the same thing here and say new file, paste it. Instead of form for, I'll say form tag. Save this as what do we say? X. Okay, I'll say new user Excel. New user one.html.erb. So form tags are independent of the object. So I can simply remove this, directly post it to create user. Let us now refresh and see whether I have to first render this template. In order to do that, I'll say users controller, new user. Which template I have to render? Render new user one, right? My form tag template. Yeah, undefined method label. Can you tell me the exact correct method name to be used? Can you hear me?
Yes.
It is label underscore tag, right? We've been discussing this. Form tag helpers. Provides a number of methods for creating form tags that don't rely on active record object assigned to the template like form helper does. Instead, you provide the names and values manually. Okay. So these things I need because I don't want tight coupling between user object, that is columns from different columns non-existing in that database table. Also we should be able to create form elements, right? Otherwise there is no use of using Rails at all, right? Label tag, and so on.
Last name you missed the text field underscore tag.
Where?
Last name you missed it. Field underscore tag.
Similarly, submit underscore tag. Let me quickly refresh and see whether the form renders. Again gone. Yeah, there is no form object at all, so I need not write this at all. There is no requirement of dot. Okay, now I get the form. So it means that I am not tightly coupled with the database table, right? Address line, is there a column address line in our database table user? No, right?
So we are using tag while there is no data table for it, right?
Yes, there is no column called address line 1, address line 2, address line, I mean, city, zip code. These are the city is there, zip code is not there, right?
Yeah. So when we submit the data, it will be submitted as well in table, or will not submit it? It will not save it in the table.
It is all up to you, like how you want to save it. See, yeah, it will get submitted to. See, this will get submitted. Where does it get submitted to? Yeah, if you use the page source, it gets submitted to create user only. Okay.
Yes.
So it will go to form action as earlier. So it will come here. So we'll see render plane. Okay. Oh, it went to the, there is a validation, right? Okay, let me quickly turn off the validation for you. Yeah, it is going to the else condition. That's the problem. But why should it? I said it to return.
I think because it is already existing tables.
No. This should actually render plane should come into picture, but I don't know why it is not displaying anything. Oh, it's already into create user. And this should execute. Why? And return.
It is returned at the create user, not list of user.
Started post. So it started post. It is trying to process it, render text template, but for some reason it's not. Let me check on this. Why is not displaying the parameters? I should have said parents. Okay, my mistake, my bad. Yeah, these are the parameters, right? Which are getting sent to the server of this action. Do we see anything called user in here? No, right? User, a hash called user? No. So we have to make sure we have to name this as user of first name, last name, user of age, etc., etc. Okay, so that you have to, you can save it to the database table, something like I'll quickly do this. I don't want to waste much of time, so I have to say user first name, this kind of naming, so that I will refresh this. Okay, user of same, I have to say string, right?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I dropped. There was a power outage in here for a short time. So, are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So my screen as well.
No.
No.
No. Okay. I'll share the screen once again. Now we can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay. Good. Okay. I just made these changes, like I made it as strings, and let us check whether we are able to. Yeah. So what effectively does is if you inspect each of the element, it will create a name with user of first name, user of last name, user of age, so that you can access it via user params of user. So something like this, params of user. Earlier we are not able to display that, right? So now I'll submit this. So I'm able to get the user data. So if I want to save this user data, yeah, I'll do that. I'll simply uncomment this because that is the major code which does the insert. Now I'll say I'll say 55, okay? Address line or some nonsense and submit. List users.
You're right. It is already exists.
No, not. It did not. No, it has insert into users. Yeah. Unpermitted parameters, first name, last name, age, address line 1, address line 2, city, and zip code. So these are not permitted, it seems. So let us see. So extra colon has concatenated into an extra one. So I'll remove this. Go to new user, refresh. Okay, something like this. Submit. Yes. This guy has been inserted. Okay, these four, but what about the rest? Unpermitted parameters, address line 1, line 2, zip code. I want to permit these three as well. Okay, I'll permit. So where should I permit? In the controller, I have to permit in here. So I'm permitting all of this. So what do you want to do with these three items? Okay, so what do you want to do with those items?
Okay.
So you want to concatenate and store it in database or somewhere. Okay, so that is why when displaying the user address, they'll display only address completely, not individually address line 1, line 2, line 3. Okay, but if at all you want to do it, you can do that also. So next part is whatever you want to display, it's up to you. What you want to save it, concatenate and do it, you can do it. So this is not existing. You are creating fields for non-existent columns in the table. Understood? Form tags, form helpers and form tags. Understood? So now I want to extend this a bit by the extend a form, this form, new user form, and form 4, by saying that I want to give it a gender. Okay, because we did not show any kind of a gender here. So demonstrate radio button. It's not a text field. What should I write here?
Tag, text field tag.
No, gender is not a text field. I want to give a selection radio button for it. You understand what is a radio button, right?
Yes.
So what should I give in here? Form helpers I have to go. Since I am trying to use form helpers, radio button. Now let us take this. No need of all this. It should be gender. The value is M for male. Another value is F for female. New user. Yeah, address line 1 I forgot. Form helpers, do not rely on these, right? So I have to remove these two. They should be in the database. Zip code is also removed. Now I refresh it. Gender, yeah, gender is not there. So I have to create that gender in the table. If I want to create a new column in the table, what should I do? We already discussed this. Anyone? I
Out-migration.
want to, yes. So I need to create a new migration, Rails G migration,
Add gender
add gender to
to users.
users. So and say gender string to store MNF. Right, users gender string. Okay. And now Rails DB
Migrate.
migrate. Migrated. Now your error should vanish. Still there is an error.
Do we have to write f.radio button because it's also the form?
Ah, yeah, you're right. I missed that. I missed this dot, right? So that's the issue. So male and female, right? Gender. So now I can select either of this. Okay. But this will not be saved again. So what should I do? I have to permit. I have to permit that field also, right? Gender. Then only it will get inserted. Otherwise, it won't get inserted. Okay. So in params, in strong parameters, that is user params, I have to permit in the permit method. So once I permit, this will be stored in the database and be shown. For that, even I'll modify list users as well to show the gender as well. Okay, submit user. Gender is F. So I don't want to show gender as F. Instead, I want to show female. Okay. What should I do? Can anyone tell me? In the list, right? It should not be displayed as F. Instead, it should be displayed as female.
Should we write a condition if it's come as an F?
Yeah.
Write it female, else male.
Yes, you're right. So for this, as he said, if user dot gender equals to F, then gender equals no. This will update all of it. So currently we will take it for granted that, okay, this is enough. But if else, we want to add else, show the mail for all of the rest of the things. I want to add an else, okay. Else. Something like this. Can you display this uGender in here? Right? Okay, the functionality works, but the better practice, the best practice is to move this into helper. What is a helper? Helper is a module. Helpers are modules which help the views, right? Initially we discussed about. So what we have to do is we have to refactor this into a method in a helper. Which controller are we dealing with? Can anyone tell me which controller are we dealing with?
Users.
Users controller. So we have to write a helper, this function in users helper. I'll say get gender string, okay, or gender, simply gender string, complete gender string or whatever makes sense for you, okay. So this will accept a gender string and paste the code here. Here it is not accepted, so we have to write plain Ruby code, right? So remove this off. Okay. Then I need not write this whole kind of stuff. Simply I'll write a ternary condition. If it is F, return female, else return male. That's it. I did not write this whole unnecessary lines of code. So here, copy this gender string, list users, come away, delete this entire thing, and gender string you have to pass user dot what?
Gender.
Gender. So first I'll comment this to show you the difference. Okay, not displayed. Now I'll again gone. What happened? Yeah, gender string, sorry. In the helper, I name it as gender string. I have to say gender string dot gender, right? Oh. Why gender again? Gender string. Okay. Any questions? So this is why we use helpers in Rails. So that in such those kind of, we should not write that clumsy code if that condition is that condition and display the string. Okay. The view should be as simple as possible. So maximum we want to refactor that into a helper method so that simply looking at it, I can do this. See, this is one way of doing things. You want, for example, you want another way of writing like in a model. Okay, you want to do it via the model. Okay. What is this object? Line number 17, what is the object? Can anyone tell me what is the object? Which object I'm operating on?
Users.
User, right? This is a single user, right?
Yes.
So he's an object of which class? This user is an object of which class?
Class user.
Users
Yes.
class.
Class user. Is it a controller or model or helper?
Model.
Yes, model. Right? So this guy, I'm writing gender string. It means this method, if I refresh this, right, you'll get an error, undefined method for user object. See, for others who don't have much knowledge on development, right? So this is specific explanation for them, keeping in mind. So this method should be written in which class? Since you're operating on user object, that is model class. The object of user class, I have to write this method in that class. So please open model user.rb and try to write that method in here, def gender string. So what should I return here? Anyone can tell me what should I return here? The same code should be written here. Instead, I need not write gender string and accept a particular argument. Instead, I can say directly gender equals to female. Gender equal to F, it will return female and male. Let us see whether this works or not. Yes. Here, who is operating first? Who is the object first time? User 1, right? That guy, so here it's nothing but self dot. Who is self? First time user 1, next time user 2, so on, so on, so on, until Anna. So you need not specify explicitly self. In an instance method, self is always the current object, right? Right? So I can do this as well. Any questions? See, this is all refactorings. I think a bit complex for newcomers and all. But this is part of the curriculum. I have to deliver this kind of training. Yeah. So any questions so far?
Yes, in
Anything?
helpers.
Yeah. Go ahead.
In user helpers. How we can connect?
User helper. Yes. Where is user helper? Yes. This is a user helper. So what did you not understand in this?
How we can call user helpers from view?
This one we discussed already. Okay, I'll do it again for you.
Yes, please.
So like this. see, automatically that view will be, that helper will be accessible to the views. Okay, Rails default loads up these things. So directly you can call this method gender string. Where is this gender string method? In users helper, right? You passed
Okay.
the gender. What did you pass? User.gender is capital F, right?
Yes. Yes,
So
now it's
that,
clear.
so it's clear?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll simply refresh, it will display the same thing. Since I have another TD, you got a gap in between. I'll remove that TD. So any two options, you can either write it in a model, but in the smaller case, it's better to write it in a model. But you feel like you want to write it in a view, it's up to you. You can write it in a view as well. Okay. So this is about displaying form, the form helpers, radio button. So like this, you can extend having checkboxes. I accept two terms and conditions, checkbox, okay? And all this stuff. You can have this checkboxes, telephone numbers, range fields, color boxes, text areas. Text area you want to have. You have to use a method called text area in order to write a new element. For example, description or a short description about myself. I want to give a text area. So that is about forms and inserting data into the table. Form helpers and form helpers. Form helpers and form tag helpers. Please, after this session, if you have time, please go through these two documents, that is form helpers and form tag helpers. Form tag helpers. Okay. There's nothing much to read, but it's just for. And one more thing I forgot to tell you. For example, see here everything is fixed. There is no class, not here, sorry. New user. There is no class, there is fixed length. I want to have a larger length. I want to disable it. I want to disable certain things. I want to have the type of the text type to be color to be different. So these kind of things you might want to do as part of CSS styling and give it an ID, etc., etc. Right? So those things are always possible via if you look at the documentation. So if you open the documentation and say, for example, we are using text field, you go to the text field method. Text field method, you can see examples. Size is 20. So options I can always pass. I can give an ID. I can give a class. I can give a max length. I can give a value. Okay, I can give on change JavaScript. Let us give a small, I'll give a class for one of it. So class, I'll say txt field, okay, text field. Only for first names and last names. So where to write CSS? You can write it either in app, assets, style sheet, there is a user.css or application.css. If they are user specific, you can write it here. If it is application specific, you can write it here. For now, in user specific, it's a class, so I write dot text field and color something like red. Red or blue or sign model. I'll refresh this. Yes, this is black. So this is, I gave another option to take in a class. Now I want to give it, I want to extend its size as 40. Okay. On the text field itself, you can always control it by CSS, but the text field size, the max length. So how many characters would I accept? It should have some kind of permission, right? So that is max length. So all HTML attributes, whatever HTML attributes that we have seen in HTML, the attributes would be there. HTML input attributes. The attributes can be all these attributes: disabled, size, max length, min max, multiple for files, okay, especially for files. All these can be applied on the HTML form tag helper tags, or form helper tags and form tag helper tags. Any questions on this? So your assignment would be create a simple form with text area, text field, radio buttons, checkboxes, and submit it to a telephone field, an email field, and submit to the action so that it gets stored into the database. This simple flow, if you are able to do, you can do anything in Rails. Okay. Any questions on this? Okay. If no, let us do a small change. I don't want first name and last name columns to be used on in the table. Instead, I want to have a single column called name. So I want to delete those two columns and put it as a single column. So what should I do? Anyone? You understood the question. I want to delete first name, last name columns, okay, first of all, and make it a single column name. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, migration.
Yes. So create a migration again. Rails migration.
Add name to users.
Yeah. Remove.
First name
First name.
Yeah, first name. I'll give it short. First name.
and last name.
Yeah, and add. Can I do this? Add name to users. Right, I can do this, right? Here, what should I write? First of all, I have to write def up and def down because I have multiple things going on, single migration. What should I write? Remove underscore column.
I think first we need to add name, then concatenate the first and the last, then remove these columns.
Pardon, I didn't get the question, Ahmad.
I think the best way is to add the new field name and insert the first name and last name into it, then remove these two columns.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
If the data is existing, I got your point, but this is just an example. I want to display some do something else. Okay.
Okay.
This is just another example what I want to demonstrate. I'm not bothered about data because this is a training session, right? So the best way is always, if in existing production data, first migrate the existing first names and last name. See, that's what Ahmad is trying to say. First migrate all these first names and last names to the current name. So first we have to create a name, that's what he says. And then later on remove the first name and last name. That's what they are trying to tell, right, Ahmad?
Yes.
Yeah. If you want to do it that way, we can do it, but I'm a time constraint. If you want it, that's what I'm looking at. Okay, let's see. Okay, what are we trying to do? Okay, so add column. So I'll do one thing. I will add a column. I'll delete this migration altogether then. Okay, and say so add column. As I told you, I am going to do data migration also. So down and so what should I do in here? Probably we can take it up data migration a different migration file, right? So luckily we have user first name and last name for each and everything, so I can blindly go ahead.
Last record is empty, I think. Last record is empty. Was empty.
Yeah, I have some empty. So I have to make an empty check instead. I'll purposefully add some. I don't know how to enter this. Okay, each and everyone has first name and last name. Nothing. So in down, what should we write?
Of the column only.
The opposite, right? Remove column. And I want to replace the data, right, again.
Again, sorry, we will delete it only, remove the column only.
So down migration, I need to have, yeah, only those things, right? I did not do remove this first time and last time. Yeah. So, but I need to put the data also, right? If at all required. Down migration. The first name and last name data. You understood?
I don't get you, sorry.
So here we are updating the user attribute to first name and last name, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So when we are removing simply, okay, we are just putting the values of first name. Okay, it's not required to put the values. So of first name 11. So I'll migrate it. Rails DB. Okay. So migrated, it says, let us check out database table. Right, so it has all the data in here. Okay, with name. The next migration, what should I do? I have to remove the first name and last name columns, right?
Yes.
So Rails generate remove name, FL name, I'll say FL name from users.
It's migration.
Oh, sorry. So here what I have to write?
Remove column from users.
Anything else I have to write? So if I want data to be again repopulated, then I have to write the opposite of the earlier migration in here, but I don't want the data. So I'm leaving it as it is. Right. So name and other things. Okay, fine. So this is, but actual example, what I wanted to demonstrate is, I want two text fields separately displayed in the view, and the username, the name to be displayed or inserted into the Name column. That's what I don't want. Didn't want that all on complex migration. Okay. So what is the thing I want to achieve is the column name should be name and it should hold the values of first name and last name. But the view should contain only should contain both first name and last name fields. So let us modify our user.html to have first name. It's already in there. Last name, age, city, gender. Yeah, fine. So I'll simply refresh this, but as you know, it will not work.
Can we go for the break now? Or
Yeah, we can actually. I'm planning for it, but since we extended for 15 minutes, can we just extend for 15 more minutes so that it would be, what is the time, current time, your time? 3, something like
it's 1:12 now.
12:15, right?
It's 1:12, yes.
Yeah, 1:12, right? So 1:30, so that in the next session we can drop, I mean, half an hour we can take it off. Okay? If it's okay
Good.
with you.
It's good for me, yes.
Yeah.
But I don't know about others.
Yeah, everyone is good with that. 15 minutes more. Just 15 minutes.
Okay, it's carefully.
Okay, thank you. Just 15 minutes. We'll finish up this example and then we can take a break. A small example. So why is this rendering is the question. I'll once restart. So first name, we got an error. Why did we get this error?
Because we don't have this field.
Yes, because we don't have this column in the database table, right? Similarly, last name is all not available. So how to make use of form helpers? See, now I have to use form tags, right? As earlier discussed. But I don't want to use form tags. Instead, I'll make use of form helpers only or extend form helpers in order to get my things done. My functionality to be done. How do I do this? Is simple Ruby concept of virtual attributes. This is called virtual attributes in Ruby. So how can I do this? We are creating a form for which object? User object. User object in the sense user model. So this is the one. So what I can do is this is also a class, right? I can simply say attr underscore accessor and give a first name and a last name. This will create right, 2 attributes for the current object, user object. I'll do the same thing here and refresh. Right, now you have your first name and last name, no issues. We are still using form for, we did not change it. We are using form helpers only. And first name and last name are not part of our database table, right? Understood? So
what if we put the column that you created, the name?
No, see, just as the previous example, the form will be displayed anywhere. The form will be displayed as first name and last name, but internally they'll store it in a single column. Okay.
Yes.
So now what is your doubt?
Yes, I can do it like that, but In my opinion, for example, I can create one column and add my first name and last name on it without concatenation. But this is another logic.
Yeah, this is another logic. See, why if you ask for people to give name, right, they'll write a lot of things. If you give two columns, right, they'll specifically write their first column first name and specifically write their last name in here. If you give a single column, people might write, okay, I'll write a simple my nickname. I'll write my nickname. I don't want to write last name. So it will give a lot of multiple options, right? The first name and last name, if you give two text fields, first name specifically they'll enter here, last name specifically they'll enter here. If there is any surname there, that also you can give as another column. Okay, that's about functionality. That's nothing to do with Rails. Okay, so my job is to give two text fields, but save it as a name inside our database. Okay. I don't want this. For that, one thing we're going to do is user.rb. So in controllers, see, I'm just showing a way to do it. There is another better way how to do it, but for newcomers or new amateurs, right? What you can do is @user.name equal to name. What is full name? I have to write it in the model. The full name is nothing but first name, last name. One more thing I forgot is user controller. I have to permit name as well. Is it required? Let us do it. Okay. It has inserted, but let us check on the database side. On the view side, it did not make any changes, right? So let me check whether it got inserted. Otherwise, we have to fix it. It got inserted, right? So giving two fields and inserting into a single column is what the example we try to achieve. So everyone understood about this? See, there is another better way of doing it, but that I'll discuss when I talk about active record callbacks. Okay, there's another better way of how to achieve this, but this is a blunt way of doing this. Is user.name is setting the user.full name here itself so that it gets concatenated and inserted. Any questions? I'll also change the list users to take in first name and last name. So if I want first name, Any ideas of how can I get the first name and last name on the display? Because it's not showing up, right? See, this accessor always has this first name and last name. So what I can do is, I'll write a new method that get first name and write another method that get last name. First name is name dot split by space, right? Dot first dot last. In the view, right? As simple as that. Whatever modifications you want to do. Like this, you have to override these methods. I did not override, actually. I extended this methods to get first name and last name. I can do a first name, but the problem is it will go into never-ending loop. Something like this is the case, I can do this. But if I call, okay, fine then, yeah. I can also override first name, last name. So these things we can do as part of columns which are not existing in the table. Any questions? Any questions? If you don't have any questions, we'll take a break for an hour, right? And continue for 2.5 hours more in the next session, 2.5 plus 5 minutes or so in the next session. Okay. Any questions? Okay. Right then, I will join after 1 hour. Okay, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I guess we have all the participants. So shall we start? Resume. Yeah, shall we resume?
Yeah.
Okay. So coming back to our earlier form, now I want to change this city to accept a few values from the default values. So if you take the value of it is a string, The database column is a string. So I want to give a select box rather than a text field. A fixed set of cities so that user can select from. I want to change this. So if you look at the documentation in form helpers or form tag helpers, you'll find something called select tag. You will find it in form tag helpers. But in order to use select boxes, that is drop down list, we have to use something called form helpers, form options helpers. So form option helpers will create a drop down box for you. For example, this is the method select. So I want to change my city text field to select, that is a drop down. Simply use the select method. Probably I'll do it with this. So it should be SCLCT select city. So for this, we need to provide an array of values. Okay, so I'll say user user cities. So what does this mean? Can anyone, we have already covered this. User cities. It means a constant, you're accessing a constant from another constant, right? But in here, our constant is user. So go to the user and we define a array. For this example sake, I'll define an array. Capital W, small w, doesn't matter. Few, Columbus, Detroit. So etc. etc. Okay. Few cities. Now refresh. This is your city is now a drop down list, right? So what method you have to use? You have to use a method of form options helper called select and provide this an array. You can see this, I defined it in there. Instead you want to define here itself. For example, you want to define the array here itself, you can do it, but it's not a good practice. Directly you can define an array here. So like that you can define there in itself, but the good practice is to define it in the model as a constant. Okay. Any questions in here? Drop down list.
Yes, I have one.
Yes.
If we used enum, we can use enum, right?
Yeah, you can use enum. Yes, we can.
And we will call it the same as user, then colon cities.
Oh, for enums, I mean, generally for enums,
yeah,
for converting to this an array, right? Better use array because it accepts array rather than enums.
It's like a hash array, right?
Yeah, hash. It's like a hash, but this is an array, right?
Yeah.
So you select accepts only or is? Fine. So this accepts, but I want these values to be returned from database. Okay. I want cities to be fetched from database. Okay. In such case, I need to create a new table called cities, right?
Yes.
So quickly I'll create the cities.
Generate model.
Yeah, better thing is to create a model with name as string. And also I have to reference that in I don't want timestamps. By default, the timestamps will be created. So it's so created table is created. Now I have to change. I have to remove the city column from the users table and add a reference column.
To users.
Oh, I forgot to remove the. I should have done it in a single migration itself. Okay, no problem. Quickly want to move it. Quickly, as you know all this, so I'll please say migrate. Right. So add in a new column called city underscore ID, which is a foreign key. I specifically named as city underscore ID. It should be the foreign key. And remove the earlier city column, which is a string. So now your city underscore ID. Now if you look at the PostgreSQL database, your columns are city underscore ID, right? There is no city. This is integer. Okay. Fine. So now our job is to store the city underscore ID inside that users table and get the cities. I need to populate certain cities in the current table, right? For that, I can use seeds.rb Okay, in here, so cities equal to city dot create.
Create.
You can copy paste the same old stuff here. Array of values. Name is, or else you have, see, you can write your own code here. Something like I'll give an array. You can read it from a CSV file also. Okay, etc. etc. So, and here I can say cities dot age do city city dot create, right? Name is city. That's it. So whatever code you want to write, you can write it in here and say Rails DB seed. So if you look at the table in here, the cities table will not contain any. Where is the cities table? Did we not create the cities table? Let me check quickly. Yeah, I did. Yeah, cities. So cities has a column ID and name. So I want to see the data, right? So I don't have any data for now. As of top 100 rows, there are no tables, data at all. There is no data. Now I say Rails DB seed. So this is our cities. Okay, we populated the default data using seeds.rb into the table cities. Fine. Now, what is our job? Our job is to modify this and store, get the cities from the database table and show to the form, show in the form. So currently, if you look at it, you'll get an error because there is no city column. Okay, I defined it in here, I guess. Okay. So if you want to get something from the database table, right? Using, if you want to have the select, you can do it using to return an array. So something like I have should not write it here, but I will dot So this is retrieved from the database table, right? So these values I'm retrieving from the database. There is another method to, the problem here is if you look at inspect the city, select field, the value of it is Detroit, and even the display text is also Detroit, but our column in the users table is an foreign key ID. The foreign key ID is a new integer, so I have to store the ID of this record in that particular table. So what I have to do is I have to make sure that the value is always the ID of the particular city record. For that, I have another option. I can use collection select. Okay, I can give directly the collection and what to pick from that as value and key. So I will use collection select now instead of select. Collection select, the column name is city. The collection is city all. And I want the value ID and I want the display text to be name. So let us now refresh and see. Yes. So let us check on this. Clearly you can see the option is 1, right? Option value. And text is this. So if I try to create a record, the column city user doesn't exist because it is, what is the issue in here? Looking at the backtrace,
we didn't add the column into the params.
Clearly, no, error column city of relation doesn't exist. So there is no city at all, insert into user city. So instead, what I have to do is, I should name this as ct underscore id, right? First of all, this, and the other one, as you told, in users controller, I also need to add this guy. Okay. Now let us submit it. Okay, obviously it has failed, no problem, but because it's the view. But if you look at insert into users, age, created and updated, gender, name. What about city?
It said city record.
Oh, still it did not change. Okay, I did not refresh it. Okay, got it. Okay. I have to refresh it so that would change, right? The name of it. Okay. Daniel. I'll use Cincinnati and okay, submit. Anyhow, this will fail, but we are bothered about whether this record is inserted. That city underscore ID is inserted or not. City underscore ID with 5, right? Insert into users. So city underscore ID is inserted. So obviously the city should be rendered. It's a problem again. The city should be rendered. It's a problem again because it's not city, it is city underscore ID. But I need to show the city in the view, right? I don't want to say this, show the internal ID to the end user. So what can I do? In the list, instead of city, I will say this as city name, right? So for experienced developers, I mean, probably if you know about the associations and all, we are not talking about associations here, so I don't want to confuse other participants on that. So I'm writing a city name, user.city name. So in the model, I'll simply write a method city name, which would return what? What should I do here? The user record will contain only city underscore ID, right? From city underscore ID, I have to get
the name.
Yeah, name. For that, for any record, if I want to get any record of a particular user, I mean, any, not user, any entity, any table. For example, I want to get a record of user 1 equal to user with ID user
Just
dot
find one.
find some ID. Probably I'll take 7 if it exists. Yeah. So find is a method. If you give an ID, it will return the record of that particular user. Similarly, I want to retrieve a record of city with a particular ID. I can say model city dot find the ID of it. So city dot find is Detroit. Similarly, find 2, then ID with 2 is Farmington. Okay. So find is a method. So what can I do here? I can simply say city dot find. What should I write here?
The params for the city ID.
No, city
underscore ID.
Yes, city dot ID and next
Dot name.
Dot name. Right. So now, if I refresh this page, it should display the what happened. City dot find city without an ID. Why is it so? Okay.
It's not recognized the city ID.
Why is it not recognizing it?
Actually, I saw one example like that. They put params, then city ID. I don't know if it's correct or not.
No need of params actually. Yeah, because why this is happening? Because certain records will not have city ID, right? You got it?
Yes.
So what I'll do is I'll modify this to, so if city dot city, if it is nil, okay, return no data, okay, else return
Just name.
Right? Does it make sense?
Yes.
Syntax error, what is wrong?
Question mark after name.
Yeah, you are right. Yes. Right? This should be the one, right? Syntax. Oh, no. Yeah, probably I should. So find itself will return nil, right? Okay, we'll modify this too. If city ID is nil, no data, otherwise city dot name. Again, local variable city. It is not that, but okay, no data. Only the last one, Daniel Cummings, Cincinnati, has data. The earlier records do not have any data about cities, right? So it doesn't show anything because their city ID is nil, right? So any questions on this? So city.name, I'll write a condition like this. In the model and in the list users, I'll simply say city name. Any questions on this?
No.
Okay. So what methods do we have? For collection select, we have seen that, okay, there is a select method and the collection select method. What other options can I pass to these methods? Collection select, let us see. If you look at any kind of documentation, you will see the options that can be passed. Prompt, include blank. Okay, these can be passed as part of the, for example, as part of the options hash. So in the form, if I say include blank true, so it included blank. Earlier it was showing Detroit by default, right? The first one. Now it is included. No, I don't want this. You just show me a prompt. Please select something. It shows you that prompt. So these are specific options that the method provides for you, so that you can always look at with the documentation and get to know. Right. So this is about select box. What other methods are available as part of form options helper? The most used methods are collection select, options for select, select as you know, and the grouped collection is for something like if you have to display grouped collections. Grouped collection select in the sense, I'll show you I'll just show you in documentation. So see this example. So select option group Africa. In Africa, you have South Africa and Somalia. So a continent and you want to display continent and its corresponding countries. So in a lot of websites, you can see these are called option groups. So option groups probably I can. Okay. So Swedish cars, you can see Volvo and Saab, and German cars, you can see Mercedes and Audi, right? So this is option select. If you want this kind of functionality for displaying in the select drop-down list, then you can make use of option grouped collection select. Okay. Collection checkboxes. You have a collection of checkboxes. You can use collection checkboxes. But most use a collection select and select. Any question? Time zone, you want to provide a drop down of time zone by default. You can directly use time zone select. You can directly use it. Time zone select will give you all the time zones. So time zone drop downs you can find, right? So that thing, if you put this time zone select in the view, it will show you the time zones, for example. I don't have this time zone in the user table, so I'll simply create an accessor for it so that we could see the form. Something like this. So this is a time zone. The user can select whatever time zone. Default Rails will give you this option. Okay. Any questions on options helpers? Because I have lot of other helpers to be discussed.
It's clear.
Yeah. Okay then. So next important helpers are URL helpers. See, I'm going to discuss all the important ones only because as per the time, we can't cover each and everything. So URL helper is very important. Why? In the sense, you need buttons and your links, mostly links on your views. Okay. So I want to create a link. See, each and every time you're trying to get this new user link, right? I'm typing in and hitting enter each and every time. No, why not? We have a link in the application layout itself so that I can access that new user each and every time. So let us go to, for that I need to use a method called link_to method of URL helper. Please remember action view helpers, URL helper, that link to helper method. So let us go to our application layout. in here, I will simply write a link to tag. Link to some text, new user. What is the controller and what is the action? What is the controller and what is the action where it has to go to or call? So I can say controller is users and action is new user, right? So this is what will be displayed as a link text, and this is what it has to go. So links are essentially anchor tags, right? Yeah, this one I forgot to tell you. If you want to remove this and make list users as a default home page of your application, you can do it via routes.rb simply route will do it, I guess. What is the method name? Just forgot. Route 2 is the method, right? Route.
What is the version that you're using?
6.1.6, right?
For example, you can use only root without anything.
I did use that actually.
I didn't? Okay.
I did use that. Route 2 actually should work. I don't know why it's not working.
What about this one? I send it to the
No,
chat.
actually, this is the format. I forgot. Okay, the format is hash. Okay, route 2, the controller hash and the action name. Okay, so it's not slash, instead it is hash. So that is why it did not work earlier. So this is the root or root URL of your application. Users and list users. So I changed it. So now localhost. Now you can see a link in here which would show, if you hover over it, bottom users / new user. So link_2 is used for creating anchor tags or links. So if I click on it, it should take me to the same. Right? I'll also have one other link as part of application list users. It should be list underscore users, right? I'll refresh it. So if I click on this, it should go to list users. New for me. New user. So any questions on this link to? Very important method. Okay, so I'll move to the next one. So anyone has any doubt on it? Okay. So current page. So you can specify a controller and an action because it works for all the pages. So in application layout, see you can use these helpers in any of the views, not only application layout. Link to can be used in any view. So I am trying to see whether controller users action new user. The current page, I'll refresh this. True. The current page is controller users and action new user, right?
Yes.
Just so it returns, question it returns a boolean that's a current page is this or not. If you go to list user, it should return false. Just an helper method to know like the current page. By this kind from something. Okay, you can do that. Right. Link to if. So I'll modify this link to link to if. Link to if will accept a condition. So if you look at the documentation here, link to if. So it will take a condition first. If current page, what I meant to say, if the current page is this, I should not do this actually, sorry. I should be doing it in the next page. Here. So link to if the current page is this, right? Show this link. Otherwise, do not. So new users, if you see, it is, I can hover it and I can click on it, but list users, I cannot click on it. It's not enabled kind of, right?
Yes.
Because of this condition. So that what is this page? List users page, right? So if it is the current page is this, okay, you link it. If the current page is this, then you link this, create a link for the list users. So if you go for new user, you'll have a link for list users.
Why we are using comma?
Pardon?
here on line 15, okay, when we used short F, we used colon between the first condition. No, 16. Yeah. After the condition, we have comma.
Yeah.
This is the syntax for this
Yeah,
kind
this
of
is the
page.
syntax, yes.
I thought it's short F syntax.
Short F syntax, what does it mean?
Yeah, as you wrote when it is comma, colon, sorry.
So here, no, this is the
Yeah,
C.
okay.
See, I just showed you a controller and this.
Yes.
You can say, for example, like I don't want this. Link to if 1 equals 2. It's always false, right?
Yes.
Some condition. It's always false. See? So irrespective of which view you go, this will be already disabled. Some condition depends on requirement. Your requirement, you want to give a condition, you can do to generate a link, to enable a link.
Okay, I understand it now.
Understood, right? So whatever
Yeah.
condition, it's up to you, whatever condition you give.
Okay.
Similarly, link to unless. This is nothing but an opposite of link to if, right? Unless is just opposite, if not. So here, what will happen? You will get a link for list users irrespective of the page, right? Irrespective of the page, you get the opposite, basically the opposite. Okay, link to if or link to unless, right?
Yes.
Link to unless current. So instead of checking for, see earlier, how did I check like link to if and gave a
Current
huge
page.
current? Yes. The shortcut of this would be link to unless current. See, if it is a current page, you don't want to show the list users, right, or new user. Example, see if you see the working, then you'll understand. See, list users, I am on list users, right? See, if I am on list users, why would I give again a link on list users? To allow the users to click, right? So it will again send an request to the server and waste of server resources, right? I'm already on list users page, right? You're understanding?
Yes. Yeah, I understand. But why it's like blocked? When you click on it, it's like I entered, but when you click on the new user, you can enter it again.
Because I did not write a condition for new user. Did I write?
Okay.
So if I write it, then it will work.
So it will save the load?
Yeah. See? Now?
Yeah, I see it.
I did not write a condition that is why it was not working earlier. Okay. So link to unless current, a very important method. So everyone understood about URL helpers, right? How to create links. Very, very important, right? Now, let us extend our users list underscore users.html to take in or create a link so that it will show the record. Okay, something like show action. So I can say link underscore to link underscore, or else give a link on the Name. No, I can't give it on the name because yeah, I can actually. Any first name or last name, if you click on it, it should show to go to the show action. Okay. So if it needs to go to the show action, first of all, I need to give a link, right? My job is to get a link. Okay, let me create a link in here. Link underscore to.
Sure.
No, first name, directly first name. Okay. It has to go to which action. Since I am using the list on list users, which is part of users controller, I can simply specify action. I need not specify controller, right? So similarly, copy, paste, and remove this two values. Instead, say last name, and just refresh. First of all, I forgot to give a comma, that's why it is taken as an argument. Okay. Okay. No route matches action show controller uses. So do we have an action called show? No, right?
No, we don't have it.
So we don't have it. So let us write it. Where should we write it?
And the user's controller?
The user's controller. User's controller. Yeah, let us write the show in here, ENT. And what should I write here? User dot find. What should I write here? Now this is the question.
We need to find the first name and last name, or take the ID and get from it the first name and last name.
Exactly. You have to give the ID.
Okay.
Right? Are you able to hear me properly?
Yes, I can hear you, but I think my sound was too slow.
Yeah, no problem. So either I have to give some kind of an argument to it as a parameter. It can be anything, first name, last name, age, city, but most preferably we'll try to send the ID of that particular record. So I'll say params of ID. So ID, I can access this by param. So ID I have to pass, but I did not pass any kind of ID in here, right? So I said action show. So I need to pass an ID to it. So ID is simply say user. That's it.
User.
Similarly, ID is user.
Why you didn't wrote user.id?
I mean, Rails is smart enough to get it as ID. Okay, if you pass a user object, it will take its primary key. If you pass it as an argument. Okay. Then you cannot specify explicitly that user.id and so on. So I'll refresh this page. Yeah, something's not right. No route matches. Yeah, I don't have a route with show action in the routes.rb. I have an action. So I have to go in here. It is a get request, right?
Yeah.
The get request. with users, and I can say hash as well, or slash, anything is,
The ID.
and
The ID of the user.
the ID of the user. Okay, I'll explain that in a few moments.
Or the controller. Users, then controller show, right?
Pardon?
Users and the controller show.
Yeah, sorry, forgot.
I don't think it's right. I meant like number line 10. It's users, then he called the action. No, not the same. Delete the ID, and before the show put hashtag. No, before the show put hashtag.
Okay.
So I think it's correct. Then delete the curly braces. We don't need it. Or no? Okay.
So what I can do is users, simply write slash show is the colon ID, and it has to go to some controller, right? To now,
Sure.
as we said, we have to say users hash and show. Okay, so
Okay.
this route, I mean, first let us see whether it will work. It should work as far as I know, otherwise, right? It has worked, fine. You have seen that there is a link to the first name and last name. There is a link being created,
Yes,
right?
there is a link.
So when you hover over it, you can see user show /10. Right, it's pretty difficult to see, I guess. I'll inspect it in order so that you can see it better. Now you can see user /show 10, right?
But it didn't go to the ID itself for the user.
No, I did not click yet here. If I click, then it will go, right? I did not click anything yet. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm showing the URL generated. Okay. The URL is generated correctly or not? Yes. Because user /show /10. If you look at this guy's URL, it is 6, the ID. So if you, these are called parameterized routes. It means if you give a colon in a route, it means that is changing. Okay, this is changing. And the name of it, the name, the parameter, this is the parameter. What is the name of the parameter in our route? Line number 12.
The ID.
ID. If you name as, Ahmad, okay. What is the name of the parameter?
It will be Ahmed also.
Right. So let us say OBGID, something like that. An arbitrary name. Okay, I gave OBGID as, right. So it has to go to user show. let us now click, as you said, I want to click on Hemant Kumar. I'll click on it. Okay, gone. User.find parameters of ID, I said. But if you scroll down a bit, it is not ID, it is obj ID, the parameter obj ID, right?
Yeah.
So I have to access it in here as not ID, instead obj ID, right? Understood?
Yes.
So
I
what
understood.
so now,
Uh,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I have a question on the routes. Okay.
Yeah.
You put show action, but I think this is not a good security option to put which action we are using on this page, right?
Which one are you talking about?
Okay, can you go to the routes?
Yeah.
Okay, in line 12, we said we are using show action.
Right.
So, for example, anyone who is entering this page,
Mhm.
you will know we are using the show action. So this is not like a good security for our website, right?
See,
Or it's okay.
generally that is show action, he knows about it. Okay, what can he do about it? The show action.
You
See,
cannot extract any information from the show action.
no, how can he track?
Okay.
See, if you have security implemented on your application, simply by giving a URL, what can he track? Can track nothing. If that is the case, no application can be given like show or something. Okay, they can't give anything here. Okay, or else you have to say, even that, right? If you have to say, but this would be the URL which gets generated. If you have user, controller, and action, right? I get what you say. You meant to say this one, okay? Something like show user, okay? Or some other name.
Yeah.
Right? So you can do this. Instead of this, you want to do this, right? If I'm not wrong. Right? You want to do this, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, you can do that. But even this is not a problem. You can always do this, show user slash. But if Rails is not that secure, I mean, simply by showing the method name, everyone could guess. They can't. I mean, we have a lot of security implemented on Rails by default, so you're not worried about people guessing it, retrieving data, and such.
I have another question.
Yeah.
We have in routes resources, and we are using, for example, the index and the show. What is the difference when I'm using get and post and using resources?
Now, actually, we are still novice. Resources we'll talk about in tomorrow's session.
Okay, good. Then I
Right.
can ask you tomorrow. But
Yeah, tomorrow I'll anyhow first I'll explain that, then we can talk about resources.
okay.
Okay. So unnecessarily we are, I think we are getting wavered. So how to, the basic stuff what I'm trying to tell you is how to pass parameters to a link. Okay. So we have given passed parameters to the link. So now objid got passed. Now you should get something like template. What again? What again? Did I change anything? Yes, sure. Okay, fine. Yeah, it's not ID anymore, I guess. No route matches. Yes, because
We change it to OBJ ID.
So now if I click on any of the names, right, again it will throw an error. Action, the controller show is missing a template. So I have to write a template, right? I did not write a template in the views directory. So in the views directory, I have to write a new template. Show new template is some template is there. So either I can use it or
Underscore show.
or else I can underscore show and again render it in here. Yes, I can do that. Okay, I'll do that. Good ploy. So save this as underscore show.html.erb, and in here simply show who is this guy. This guy is a user, right? Always please remember, in Rails instance variables only have scope in the views. This can be rendered, this will be passed to the view. If you simply give user, it will not get passed to the view. Let us see also once again. So if we have this, right, in show.html.erb, I can say as user dot, I guess I have a first name, display the first name as name. I mean, these two are enough. We know that everything else gets displayed. So I don't want to do it all. First and last. Fine. Sorry, underscore show is a partial. So I want to show it in show new template. What should I do? I have to say equal to render
Show.
show. So render show, but even then it will get, because the controller is not showing the new template. I have to say render what?
I can use also redirect too, right?
Yeah, you can. See, default one you can use it. Okay, you can do this. Then it would first name. What happened to our argument? What the first names and last names? So I need to pass, okay, I'll simplify this a bit. So I'll simply rename this to show to avoid confusion. As simple as that. So simple show would show me the first name and last name. Show is missing a template.
I think you need to add underscore.
I changed it earlier, but for some reason it did not get through. Okay. So first name and last name, I got it, but why is it not displaying that? Because why it is not displaying is the question.
Even the user object won't show. What if you used full name? So it's not reading it. It didn't pass.
So user is not getting displayed, I guess. Okay, let me check. So bybug is an utility for debugging. So I would know what is the value of. Yeah, I got it. So the user is getting displayed, right? Right? So address user dot first name is nil. Okay.
But if you said user.name, it will show.
Yeah, it will show.
Then it's need the real params.
Not about params. It's about this first name. So I doubt whether this is being called or something is happening in here. Well, let us say bybug in here. I'll continue. Okay, fine to get there now.
I think the issue in the link too, when you did it,
Pardon?
when you pass the first name on it, on the URL.
See, I'm not passing the first name. I'm passing.
No, not here. In the, I think in the list users. Yes, I think the issue in those two,
Here,
because it should pass from here to the other template, right?
it is getting passed, right? So if you look at the controller, okay, let me show you once again.
Okay.
So I'm clicking on this, right? So 15, you can see the hovered one. I click on this. Now the execution has stopped. If you want to look at this params of obj ID, it is 15, right?
Yeah, the ID of the user.
Yes, and other user is the object.
The object, yes.
So if on this object, if I'm trying to call first name, it is not calling as an method. So I have to devise some kind of a method in order to call this. Okay. It is not first name, right? It is first name. So my bad. Okay. So I have to continue. I'll continue.
See.
Continue and continue. Okay. So now full name. Where did it display full name? I did not ask for full name anywhere, right? First, I'll remove this by bugs. Okay, I remove the by bug. Then, yeah, I don't have any by bugs in there. Now, John. See, what happened really happened was we missed the context. I was calling first underscore name.
Yeah.
But there is no first underscore name method at all, right? It is first name. Okay.
Okay.
So that was a problem. So now if you ask for last name also, it would display the last name. Simply refresh it. Yes, last name is done. Right? Any questions? So how to pass arguments? How to pass parameters in links or routes. Okay, this is the way to pass. Example with in list users.html like this. I can also have a parameterized. This is a parameterized route, but I can give a name to it. So since we have been discussing this in here, I want to show you rake routes or Rails routes. I'll say grep users so that we'll only see the user specific routes. Okay. So you can see three parts in here. Some users underscore list underscore users and get and users list users. Okay, users show root. Users new user. Users create user. Right? You can see here.
Yes, I can see it.
Or else more specific, more neat. I want to show a better one. You should get something like a prefix and all, verb prefix. Probably if I don't use a grep, we'll get it. I'll try it once this is rendered. Okay. Okay, let me try with the whole set. You can see prefix, verb, and URI pattern, right? So
Yes.
prefix
Is the action?
Prefix, verb. Verb is the action, what you told, HTTP action. The URL, how the URL should be like. Okay. And prefix is the name of the route you can call. You can basically say it's a name of the route. Okay, if it is a name of the route, I have users list users. Okay, I have users list users in here. And I also have user show template, users new user, users create user kind of stuff. Okay, so can I say do I have anything with the show? No, I don't have anything with show, unfortunately, but I have users list users. So let me copy this prefix. New user, list users. So the functionality did not change, right?
Yeah.
But here, if you have seen, I removed the controller and action altogether. Earlier, it was like this, right?
Yeah.
Now it is like this. Similarly, I can remove this one also. Why? Because I have a new user name. See, users new user. I have a name for that route. Basically, what I'm trying to tell you, it has a name. The route has a name. So I'll refresh this. Gone. Yeah, because I did not give underscore path. So name underscore path. If it has a route, then we can give name underscore path. Okay, fine then. If that is the case, can we have a name for just now created route? Yes, I can have as, I mean, whatever you want to say, like name, show user. This is the name of the route. If that is the name of the route, I can access it.
Yeah.
In the view by show user underscore path but there is a problem. Okay, let us see. I can access this route, but this is a parameterized route. This route requires a parameter, right? It requires, right? Because
I will need the ID, the
yeah, we
OBJ ID.
need the object ID to be passed. So I have to pass the object ID. First, I'll pass user. So now it will say no route matches because object ID. OBJID is user. Okay. See, if it is default ID, right? You did not pass ID at all. Directly added user will take in as the ID. Since we overrided to a different name OBJID, that is why we have to mention that specific thing. Now it should work fine. Whatever. Unmatched constraints. OBJID, it should take it as actually ID for nil class. Why other user? Oh, it's user, sorry. That is a problem. So it is simple user. So now this also worked for me because I gave that a name in the routes.rb. That is called named routes or named routes. Basically, if you give it a name, they're called named routes. But this named route is also parameterized route because it needs a parameter. Understood?
Yes,
Any
it's
questions
clear.
on this? So another, yeah, go ahead, please.
I have question. I think 5 minutes ago you said about rake and rails, right?
Yeah, both are same. Here it was rake. See, prior to 5.2.3, I guess it was rake. So you can either use rake or rails. Doesn't make any difference right now.
What about the rollback? I think the rollback only using rake, not rails, right? The previous versions.
Yeah, in previous versions, we have to use rake only.
So it's the same synergy?
Yeah.
But different versions?
Yes.
Okay.
So since I'm into 6, right, I can 5.10 onwards, rails, rake, you can use any of it. Rails, you can use only rails also. No need of using rake.
Also about the bybike, I don't need to add the attach, right? Because we don't have Docker. So if I wrote only bybike, it will work.
Yes, by default, because if you look at that's what you have to look at. In gem file, if you look at the development stuff, right, bybug is defaultly added by Rails itself by default. Earlier, you have to have it in your development block in gem file or somewhere, anywhere you can write bybug, binding gem. So whatever you want, there is an option. But here in Rails 6 by default, he is providing this. If you find any other gem which is more powerful than bybug, you just replace this in here. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, this is about passing parameters or arguments to a link. So we'll take a short break for 5 minutes and we'll join once again. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm back. So let us continue on that. So named routes or underscore path. See this underscore path It gives a relative URL. See, if at all you want any kind of absolute URL, then you have to say underscore URL. So instead of path, you have to say URL.
What is the difference between them?
It will give an absolute URL.
And what is absolute URL?
I'll show you that. So this is the absolute URL, including the server name.
Okay.
So including the server name, that is absolute, it means the full URL, and underscore path is only relative URL to the server name. So understood?
Yes, I understand.
So for this, we have done with the URL helpers, but we have other helpers to be discussed. So other important helpers, one of them being text helper. Okay, if you're working on some kind of a text, so you can use the text helpers. Highlight. You want to highlight a piece of code, piece of text while you're displaying, for example. So I'll directly run through examples. I don't want to take any kind of scenario because just helper methods. You just highlight, see any model from any data coming from any model or any somewhere else onto the view, you want to highlight this Rails, something you want to highlight. So basically you can use the highlight text method, text helper method in order to highlight something. So you search for Rails. So Rails is highlighted. So that method will simply highlight that particular text. So I'll quickly run through these things. The important. Pluralize. You can see pluralize one dot person, it will give one person. If you pluralize two person, it will give two people, not two persons. Okay, like that. Yeah, a cycle is one important method which I'll show with an example. Cycle, first value and values. Yeah, let us take this example itself. Let us take this example itself. In order to demonstrate. So here, as you can see, I have an items array.
Yeah.
So in this array, we are looping through and tr cycle method. I'll discuss cycle method. And simply displaying 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Okay, whatever items are there, simple in a table. Odd and even are classes. If you can see here, these are classes. So it means I have to write these classes in CSS, right? Let me quickly write it in CSS dot odd.
How did you know it's CSS?
Yeah, I'll just tell you, just a second. So how do I know it is CSS? Because it is HTML. HTML, if it has a class, it is CSS, right? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
So I gave color red for odd and color green for even. Let us refresh and see whether it's rendered or not. So red, green, right? It means alternative, it's cycling. The cycle method, what it is doing, alternate. One's odd, one's even, one's odd, one's even. Right? You understood, right?
Yeah, but how cycle knows this is odd number and even number, and we only use the CSS for it. So cycle has like classes for them.
No, it is not. No, it is not an odd number and an even number. Come on. So it's nothing to do with even numbers or odd numbers. Whatever data you give, once it is odd, once it is even. That's it.
Okay.
Okay. So cycle will cycle that. Simple cycle. Okay. Alternate, basically alternate. Similarly, reset cycle. There is another method called reset cycle. Okay. Here you can see one array, second array, third array. So what basically it says that one array is done iterating, you reset that particular cycle. So cycle even odd goes on. So color name is colors. So you can see here name is colors. Let me run through this example for better understanding. So simple cycle, what do you expect? Blue, green, violet. Again, blue, green, violet, right?
Yeah.
Let us see the output. Each for item.
You didn't put them in.
Oh, yes, sorry, scriptlet tags.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, yeah. ERB tags. If you can see, blue, green, violet, blue,
So the first one is blue.
blue, green, violet, blue, green, violet, blue, green, violet. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So what do you expect from 1, 2, 3, 4? Blue, green, violet, again blue, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Continuation should be green, violet. So what I'm doing is I am not resetting the cycle. Now you can see blue, green, violet, blue, green, violet, blue, green, violet, blue, green, violet, and so on, right? Simple cycle, right? Any change?
Yes. No.
No, yeah. So if I recycle it, reset this cycle, blue, green, violet, blue, 4 numbers, blue, green, violet, blue, green, violet, and blue, green, violet. So it's resetting, starting from blue again, basically starting from blue again. Once this 4 is finished, now 5 will start from blue.
Yes.
Similarly, this 3 will start from blue, right?
Yeah.
So whenever you require this kind of functionality, you can always use cycle, reset cycle methods. So my text. So there is a text in this format with a line break. Okay. So I want to display that line break onto my browser. I can simply say equal to my text, right?
Yes, because I want to print it.
Yeah. But where is the line break? There is no line break, right?
Yeah.
So if we want this to be displayed, I should say simple underscore format in order to display that line break, right?
Yes.
I want to truncate this text for 10 characters. Which for 10 integer? Okay. I have to pass a length option. Okay. So you have to be careful with this. I mean, whatever options it asks us to Documentation says we have to clearly follow that. So truncate. So 10 characters is just truncated. So I want to do it for 20. So truncate 20 characters and dot dot dot. So immediately you'll get a dot 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 after truncation. Very important method. If at all any text methods you need for truncation, you can use this truncate method. These are the important methods of the text helper class. Yes. Word wraps. You want word wrap functionality in your reviews. You can use word wrap. So any questions on text helpers?
No, for me it's clear.
Right. Like this, you have lots of helpers, right? So you can see all these multiple helpers. Capture helper, some debug helper, JavaScript helper. These things you have to you have to explore by yourself, because there are multiple classes, modules available, helper methods available, but we discussed only the most important. Asset tag helper is also important image tag. You want to display images on the view. So simply image tag will name of the image would give you display that image on the view. Basic, simple. Yes. You want to give options. In earlier we have seen drop down list for selecting time zones, cities, etc., and any specific data coming from the database. But date helper, you can have drop downs for selecting dates, date times, all this, selecting minutes, month, week, etc., etc. All this by default you will get as helpers. Okay, so you can use this date helper in order to get those drop down lists in your views. See, all these helpers are part of action view. It means they can be written in the views. They can be used in the views. Translation helper, translate, because you're using translation techniques for localization, I guess, right? In your project. So translate would literally mean T, or earliest T would show that translation in that particular language. So that's another important method, translate. You can simply say T, see, T alias translate. So both the methods are same. T is an alias for translate method. Okay, so like this. Now, I will try to, what we can do is, and we discuss, we have still half an hour left. We discuss about validations in Rails. Quickly, we can wrap it up, I guess. I mean, not quickly, but at least half an hour we can. So how to validate data that the user is entering in the form? Okay, we need validations, right? There are two types of validations in any of the web applications. Can anyone tell me what are the two? One is server-side validations and the other one is?
Backend?
No, client-side. Server-side is the backend.
Okay.
Client-side validations. What is server-side and what is client-side? Whatever validation is done on the server, that is on your Rails application currently, those are called server-side validations. Whatever validation is done on the client side, that is on the browser or using JavaScript, these are called client-side validations. So, as part of our curriculum, we'll discuss only server-side validations. But here is a simple question: why do we need both validations in a web application? Any idea? We need to have both validations. Simple. Client-side validations use JavaScript, right? So if someone is entering data and is clicking on submit, right? JavaScript will handle. It won't send the request to the server. Okay, the request will not come to the server. In the browser itself, it will stop. So unnecessary requests can be stopped, right? Second one, if the user in any browser, there is an option to turn off JavaScript. You can turn off JavaScript, okay? So if you turn off JavaScript, then client-side validations will not work. If that is the case, user can send malicious data to the server. Okay, the server should be in a position to handle it, right? Otherwise, they will hack your database, right? So we need server-side validations as well. Fine. Types of, the methods available in Rails for validations. I'll put it in a simple format so that it would be easy for you. Later on, I'll discuss the latest, the way it is done in Rails. So earlier, right from 5 years ago, 6 years ago, there were validations of this kind. Validates, even now it will work, but easy to remember. Presence of, okay, validates, LENGTH of, validates GTH, size of, which is same as length of, validates format of, length of, size of, inclusion of, exclusion of, acceptance of, anything I missed, presence, length, size, okay, how many? 9, right? Let me cross check. So first we'll discuss presence of, as the name suggests, it should be present. For example, first name is mandatory, presence of. Length of, the length of the user, the first name should be somewhere between 6 characters to 20 characters only. Okay, some validation. Validate size of is same as length of. Validates format of. So if you give a wrong email address or a different format, it will not take it, it will validate it for, right? So
We
validate,
can use with the regex, right?
pardon? Yeah, with regex, you're right. For validates inclusion of, you want a particular value to be in a specific range or a specific value. Yeah, I forgot another. Validates numericality of. Quality of. Okay, inclusion, you want a particular value to be in a particular set. For example, age should be between 18 and 60. Validates exclusion of. Age should not be 18. It is for kids below 18, 1 to 18, or teenagers, or 13, like that. Confirmation of.
Take 18, right?
Pardon?
Line 6, it won't take 18. So
Line,
it will take from 1 to 17, then from 19 up to 30, for example. And
yeah,
it
we'll
will
discuss
stop.
that. We'll discuss in detail about these validations. So it will exclude, I mean, in the sense you want to exclude particular values. Okay.
Okay.
Sort of, what I meant to say is, I want to exclude some values from the user being a user typed value. I don't want that value. It should not be there in there. Confirmation of. So passwords is the best example. You want to confirm for the password confirmation, right? So confirm your username, confirm your password. Acceptance. So you can see at any form, I agree to terms and conditions. Okay. We have a checkbox where the user checks in, should check that box, right?
Yes.
Right? So that is acceptance of. Uniqueness of, you want a particular value, column value to be unique, or a group of combination of columns to be unique, you can have uniqueness of. Numericality of. It should be a number. Okay, it should be a number, it should not be in any other text or something. Okay. But these are deprecated methods. So if they are deprecated methods, why am I discussing? Because I want you to see the documentation. If you want to look at the documentation, you won't find it by regular validates method. That is the problem. So the newer version, I will show you with an example. First and foremost, validation should be always written on in the model. Okay. So model, first name should be present, basically first one. So I can say validates presence of, that is deprecated method, right?
Yeah.
So I have to use the latest method, that is validates first name, right?
Yeah. Presence is true.
First name, as you said, presence is true. So let us go ahead and see new user. Invalid authenticity token, why? Okay, probably session is gone. Okay. Now you can see first name is not there. It is showing some kind of an error. I did not display the errors yet. I will discuss about how to display the errors later on, or couple of validations, and then I'll discuss that too. So first name validated, it has to be present. Similarly, I want a validation for last name as well. Okay, something like this. Okay, that is basic, should be present. Now inclusion of or else validates age. First it should be a number, right?
Yeah, numeric.
Numericality, I guess, if I'm not wrong. Let me check. Right, numericality is true. It should be a number. Presence is also true. I want this to be mandatory as well. I want this age to be in within 18 and 60. Okay, 18 and 60. Inclusion. Now it becomes a bit complex. In 18 to 60. Okay. I'll give 5. I'll give test. Okay. This no errors, but this one has an error because we want.
It's not 18. It's not between 18 and 60.
Yeah. Now I'll remove this and say 56. Right? Only last name is there because 56 is a valid value. Okay, fine then. So how do I write? What do I know? How do I know what should I write inside these validations? Okay, for that, how to look at the documentation. So go in here. First of all, the model extends, see application record extends active record base, right?
Yes.
So active record, go and search for active record. So you'll have, this is the base class, but in active record, validations, class methods. These are the older methods, but they have the documentation. Okay, let me check this method. Inclusion. Validations helper methods. This is available in. So here are the options what I can specify for inclusion. For example, see the examples, age in 0 to 99. The role should be, the person's role should be in admin or contributor only. The inclusion of format, the format of a file that a person is uploading or whatever should be in JPG, GIF and PNG only. Okay, this is inclusion of states in person, states, person. Okay, this is shortcut for Lambda. This means, can anyone tell me what is states? What type it is? It's a
Constant.
constant. Yes, you're right. And it's a constant. And you're trying to access person.country. So states is an array or a hash. States might be an array or a hash, right? Come on.
What did you say again?
States an array or hash? Is states an array or a hash?
I think it's array.
Okay. So you know that states is a constant, okay?
Yeah.
Let us say person.country is Saudi Arabia or something else, okay? Okay. States is a
Saudi Arabia.
it should be a hash, okay? So in here, this should be in, say, I don't know what states, but for now I'll simply say Riyadh is a state, and okay. So if you come to India, there are a lot of states.
Can hash take one key and many values?
Yeah, it can. That's what I did. This is an array. So India, there are a lot of states. Orissa, Goa, Delhi, and so on. A lot of other states are there. So states might be an hash. So if a person's country is Saudi Arabia, his state should be only this, right? So what here it means, right? The validation is validates inclusion of states. If a person is entering a state, for example, for example, Orissa, and his country is Saudi Arabia, we should validate him, right? You're understanding?
Yes.
Now we understood. So this is a lambda, shortcut for lambda. So the person's country, state, whatever state he is entering, it should be within that. This example we'll see, and it's better I write it. Okay, city we have, right? City, yes. So I have to add a country also now for this example. Okay. Okay, no worries. So I can pass this guy is a user, right? User dot country. I already defined somewhere, I guess. So here I'll change this to city name, and also country also I need it. Country. I don't want to create columns just for this example and write migrations unnecessarily. So I thought I'll use accessors and simply create the respective text fields or something, right? That's a better simple solution, right? So what I'll do is I'll simply say city name that we are providing as city underscore name, and what is the other one? Country, right? So country and CONTRY. Do I have that in here? Yes, country. User.country. Okay, fine. So let us write, we had already had validation in place for city underscore name. Let us see whether first our new user form is working or not. Yeah, city name is there. So what is the city validation? The country state, for example, I say what did I give? The country is capital, okay, capital. So I'll give the same thing, country India in here, and city name I'll say Riyadh. Let us see whether we have a validation being created or not. Uninitialized constant states. Did I not create a states constant? I'm sorry, I created it as cities, right? So I should have taken it as cities. Okay then. So my bad. So I'll submit the user. Include for milk class. So let me check on the validation for milk class. City name is Riyadh and country name is India. So if I really want to submit it, should not come in here. So what's the problem? Let's check. I did not permit this two values, I guess. So controllers, go to this param and blindly allow the city name and country to be passed. If that's the issue, or not. So city name again, okay, city name again, yeah, the country India. Has to validate. Let's check. Yes, it validates for Riyadh because Riyadh is a city of country
Saudi Arabia.
So you have to give Saudi Arabia in order to. Now you don't have the validation, right? Validation issue, right?
Okay.
So multiple parameters or text fields or any other values on the form element values you want to validate, then you have to make use of lambda. Lambda we had discussed earlier in while discussing blocks, right?
Yes.
So see, this is nothing but instead of this you can simply say lambda. This is the newer version Ruby. So the shortcut is this. You can either use lambda, that will also work fine. Okay, understood? Any questions on this so far? Okay, right then, inclusion. So I want to make this, what else validations we have? Exclusion. The opposite of inclusion is exclusion, obviously. So I can use it for any of the values, like the first name should not be admin, the last name should not be admin, kind of stuff. So exclusion, give in an array or percentage W, you can directly percentage W. It should not be, the first name should not be admin. Okay, manager. Something else. I mean, whatever you don't want that guy to register as, you can always have that. Exclusion. So manager, you have an error. I'll give my name Hemant. I don't have an error. So similarly, I'll have an admin. I have an error again because it should be excluded, right? It should be excluded. Any questions?
No, it's clear.
So till here, like whatever we learned, any questions on that, we have 2 minutes of time. So we'll discuss and wrap it up for today and we'll join tomorrow. So any questions or any clarifications?
You said there's an assignment?
Yeah, assignment for actually the newbies actually who are not from a development background. I created a few basic assignments. And coming to the others, I mean, you can, the experienced people can anyhow do this assignments, create a simple sign up form with check boxes and radio buttons and select boxes, drop down list, and submit it or store that record into the database. Okay, with the discussed, with whatever validations we discussed, right? You can use that. So this would be a simple assignment. For others, actually, I have a simple Ruby assignments that I prepared. I'll send it to Mr. Ashraf, probably after the 1 minute or so, once we are done with this session, right? I'll send it to Ashraf privately and he can share with the rest of them, right?
Okay.
Right. So any questions? So we'll continue with validations tomorrow, starting off with validations and custom validations, and then going through probably associations and a bit of sessions as well. Okay. And we'll discuss a small pagination gem just to see how to integrate a third-party gem into our application. That would be tomorrow's agenda. Okay.
Okay, so we'll start at 9 a.m.
Your
tomorrow.
time 9 a.m. exactly. Yes, your time 9 a.m. So we'll start 1 hour early. Let me check. Yes, it should be that 1 hour early, I guess.
Yes.
No, I too got a schedule, so I have to see it's matching or not. 1 second, I'll just. Yeah, it is 11:30 a.m. India time. So that should be your 9 a.m. Saudi Arabian time on 27th. Yeah, yeah, you're right. And it would be a 3-hour session in the sense 9 to 12, I guess. And again, 1 to 3, right? Tomorrow.
Yes, we will have from 1 to 3 after the break. So
Right.
it will be from 9 to 12. Then we will have a break for 1 hour. And we'll continue. Okay.
Yes, yes. The same schedule I got for 27th. So we'll start early tomorrow. Right then. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Have a nice
Thank you.